Heather, you're muted, but she's present.
There we go. Okay.
Okay. Hess?
I believe he's joining later.
Yeah. Jones?
Present.
Merritt?
Present.
Ramos?
Present.
Cheryl? Not here yet. Vasika?
Present.
Von Lossberg?
Present.
And West?
Present.
Great. We have minutes from our last meeting on the 22nd, as well as the 15th, it looks like. Are there any changes or amendments to the minutes? Okay, seeing none, those would stand approved. And Michelle, could we put the public comment information up on the screen, please? Or Katie? Thank you. So once again, we're meeting virtually. Several ways to provide public comment on any item on the agenda or not. The numbers to call is 1-253-215-8782 from a landline, 877-853-5257. You can always call City Council and leave a voicemail. That number is 552-6012. And you can always email council at council@ci.missoula.mt.us. Thank you. And we will go right. Let me see if we have, I'm going to check to see if we have anyone wanting to provide public comment. And I don't see anyone right now, but we'll continue to check throughout the meeting after each agenda item. So our first item on the agenda is purchase agreement for a continuous regeneration system with Columbine Controls, and Jean Connell is here to present.
Yeah, you bet. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah, we would like to recommend that the council authorize the mayor to sign this purchase agreement for a methane scrubber that allows us to burn the biogas generated on site to generate electricity, and it has a very quick payback period, approximately 2 years.
Sorry, I was muted. Any questions from council members? Julie.
Sorry, I lost my window and I can't find the one to put my hand up. 2 years, it sounds like an excellent payback time for this piece of equipment. Can you tell us a little bit more about how it works?
Yeah, the gas scrubber, the methane gas that we generate on site is contaminated with hydrogen sulfide. The scrubber is essentially wood chips impregnated with iron. As the gas goes through that filter, it reacts with the iron and it removes the hydrogen sulfide. So it protects our equipment. And certainly the generator is very sensitive to hydrogen sulfide. And we've been using it for around, I want to say almost 10 years to protect our boiler. But now that we're using the generator, it's even more important to protect the generator. It's more sensitive. And we're also consuming near 100% of the gas we produce. And so there's more gas going through the scrubber. It costs about $8,000 to replace the media, which we have to do less than every 6 months now because we're using it so hard. The system injects air into the scrubber which reacts with the sulfur that's been captured in the media, and it turns it into a more inert substance, which extends the life. And so, normally you don't want air going into a flammable gas, and so it has to be a sophisticated piece of safely. So I hope that explains a little bit.
Yes, thank you.
Next I see Brian.
Thanks. Thanks for the question, Julie, and the explanation, Jane. I'm happy to put the motion on the floor. The methane capture and electrical generation was one of the steps identified in the city's conservation and climate action, energy conservation and climate action plan years ago. It's great to see it generating the electricity that offsets costs at the wastewater treatment plant, and I'm glad to hear that it's being pushed to do more and more. And it's a smart economic investment and a smart investment relative to greenhouse gas production. So happy to make the motion.
Thanks, Brian. For the record, Stacy is present, and next I have Jesse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to state that this is an absolutely brilliant move by the department. I think it's phenomenal, not only economically, but also it's a form of high-tech recycling that we need to truly achieve our 0 by 50 plan. So couldn't be more supportive of this, and thanks for the ingenuity and getting this up and rolling and taking this next step to achieve our 0 by 50 plan. This is excellent.
Great. Any other question from council members?
It looks like Dennis has something to add.
Katie, could you make me co-host because I can't see what's happening? Please.
Go ahead and do that now.
Thank you. Dennis, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to add to it, and I want to thank Jean for presenting and bringing everybody up to date. This is a big plus for the plant, the resource recovery plant, but also this is coming out of the enterprise fund. I want to make sure everybody understands that is the resource recovery department includes the collection system is an enterprise fund. So the fees that the customers pay for the wastewater department, it gets put right back into it. And so it does not come out of the general fund. It is just use the enterprise funds to do this type of project.
You beat me to it, Dennis. So thank you. I appreciate that information. And also for any council members who haven't been to the resource recovery plant, I highly recommend that you do. Jean does a fantastic job at explaining everything that happens there in a way that we can all understand it. Very quickly, I'm going to see if we have any public comment. And I'm not seeing anyone. If we could quickly put that information up for people to contact us. Thanks, Katie. Okay, and I'm still not seeing anyone from the public. And we have a motion on the floor, so can we take a roll call vote, please?
Anderson?
Yes, I'm about to say present. Yes, thank you.
Becerra?
Yes.
Harp?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Merritt?
Yes.
Ramos?
Yes.
Bazika?
Yes.
Von Losberg?
Yes.
West?
Yes.
And that is unanimous.
Thank you.
This is
And
I'm late, and I will vote yes as well.
I'm so sorry, Jordan.
That's okay. Thanks.
okay, so that will be on our consent agenda. And thank you, Jean, for joining us today.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving along, number 2 is an ordinance amending MMC Chapter 13.17 and a resolution amending the utility rate schedule, and Katie Emery will present.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I'm Katie Emery, Admin Services Manager for Public Works. So I am asking you all to set and consider a public hearing for changing our water line loan program ordinance. Just some terminology changes since we've migrated to the utility rate schedule. We no longer have the Missoula Water Division rate schedule. And then also changing the terminology instead of administrative fee to loan processing fee, because I think that explains what they're paying for better. And then also approving a resolution to amend the utility rate schedule to include the loan processing fee. I did want to give you all just a little bit of an update because this month it'll be a year that this program has been up and going. I figured you all would like to know how successful it has been. So I'll go ahead and share a little presentation for you all. So just a little bit of some program information. We offer loans up to $10,000 at 4.25 interest rate. Last year, you all approved the water line loan program to allow the water utility fund to set aside $200,000 for people to apply for a loan. And what this loan can do is we can install our customer can install a new water service connection to our water mains, improve or repair their water service line, which could also be their curb box, replace any internal plumbing containing lead, install a meter inside their home if they're a flat rate, or installing a meter pit outside, moving a meter into a meter pit, and then installing a meter pit if they're on a flat rate irrigation system. We do have a couple different loan repayment options for the years, anything between 1 and 7. And then all of this is paid back directly through their monthly water bill. And so as of this month, we have 6 active loans. 2 of those are currently awaiting checks. So you guys will see those in the claims here shortly. 4 are actively paying their monthly water loan payment on time. We've had nobody missing payments. Everybody has been really good about that. 1 is due to the West Pine water main replacement. Since we were there in the area, they did decide to go ahead and replace their service line. It's not leaking, but they thought it was a good opportunity to get that done. And then 1 was able to actually go from a flat rate to a metered rate. We have 1 pending loan. This is due to the delay in the Cooper Street Alley water main project. We did have 1 customer choose not to move forward because they did find funding elsewhere. And we are seeing loans ranging between $5,000 and $10,000. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thanks, Katie. Any questions from council members? Julie?
Katie may not have the answer to this, but maybe Dennis or someone does. For the citizen who on West Pine who got their service line replaced in conjunction with that project, did they save money by doing it while the city was doing their project? And I'm assuming they probably did. Do we have any idea of how much that might have been a benefit to them?
Yeah, so if they hadn't have done this with our water main project, I think it would have been about double what they're being paid for, or what their bill was now. So they're not having to pay for asphalt, curb, sidewalk, gutter. So that's a huge cost savings because Missoula Water is taking that on. It was a good opportunity for them to replace from curb box to their house.
Gwen?
Thanks. Not specifically on what you just presented on, Katie, but kind of a parallel topic. I just wanted to highlight the fact and have you confirm for water line replacement, there was also a third-party insurance company and policies that people could buy. In other words, so if their water line needs to be replaced, they can have that insurance policy for a small amount each month. And is that still being offered? And can people contact the water company for information regarding that?
Yep, that is still being offered. That is through the Service Line Warranties of America. We do have a phone number that we can give out to our customers. So if they want to reach out to us, we can certainly steer them in the right direction.
Great, thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions from council? We do need a motion so we can set this public hearing for the 17th. Is that correct, Katie?
Yeah, that is correct. And then still delaying a week for the actual votes.
Okay, so I have Julie.
I would be happy to make the recommended motion.
Great. And Gwen?
You can just lower my hand. I was going to make
Okay.
a motion.
Great. Brian?
Thanks. I just wanted to give a heads up to folks. I'm supportive of the motion. There's a lot of things between budget, some land use projects for consideration coming up. So I think these dates are fine, the 17th with final consideration on the 24th. I do want to mention that because of a land use project that I'm sure we will get significant public comment on the 24th, we probably should work with the clerk and mayor to have final consideration early in the agenda. Off the cuff, that probably would make the most sense. I just wanted to highlight it for folks that we need to be really sort of conscientious about what we schedule with public hearings over the next several weeks. So I think this works, but we probably will want to move final consideration to earlier in the agenda.
That's a great point. Thank you. I noted. If we can quickly put the public contact information on the screen, thank you. And Sandra.
Thank you. I'm supportive of the motion. I know this is a pretty small change with the administrative fee to loan processing fee, but it's really difficult to peruse through government paperwork and see what you're paying for. So I think this kind of transparency is a good thing, and it's a good thing that should be done. So I'm very supportive of it.
I agree. And glad to see people are taking advantage of this service. I don't see anyone from the public wanting to provide public comment. So we will move to a roll call vote, please.
Anderson,
Yes.
Becerra,
Yes.
Harp,
Yes.
Hess,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Merritt,
Yes.
Ramos,
Yes.
Listica,
Yes.
Von Losberg,
Yes.
West.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. And thanks, Katie.
Yep, thank you.
Next, we have a referral professional services agreement with Newfields for the groundwater modeling study. And Logan and Jeremy Keene are here to present.
Hi, I'm Logan McInnes, Utilities Engineer with Public Works, to talk about the motion. So the motion is to ask the council to approve and authorize the mayor to sign the professional services agreement with Newfields for the groundwater modeling study at a cost not to exceed $49,635. So the area of interest for this groundwater modeling study is basically the build grant area, kind of bounded by Grant Creek on the west, West Broadway on the north, Mullen on the south, and then I guess, the area sort of west of Reserve on the east, so the Bill Grant area. So a little history, there's been, there was a lawsuit years ago out in the Mullen Trails area because there was some basement flooding that occurred there. And so that's kind of is why there's a concern about the groundwater issue, is we want to make sure that as we create a bunch of impervious surfaces out there, if we're injecting groundwater into the ground, we want to make sure it's not showing up in other people's basements, and we want to make sure that that we're not impacting the quality of groundwater in the area. So those are the objectives of the study, is to look at what happens as we build out, and can we inject stormwater into the ground without causing these kind of problems. Any other questions about the study?
Thanks, Logan. Are there any questions from council members? Heather.
Logan, I was wondering if you could just speak to the financial implications of where the monies will be coming from to fund this professional services agreement.
Sure. So development, we've been talking about the study for quite a while. So development services had budgeted some amount for professional services to accomplish this. So half of the funding is coming from development services budget, and then the other half is coming from its transportation impact fees.
Follow up?
Go ahead.
So I know sometimes we have some disagreement about what should be funded through impact fees. And I'm wondering if you could just speak to the about if we didn't use impact fees of the people that are going to be using this property and building it out. If we don't use impact fees, how else do we fund it?
It's a good question, and it's with one I should have been a little bit better prepared. My understanding is that we are intending to create an impact fee to collect these funds back from the people that are directly benefiting, so from those developments. But obviously, we don't have those funds in hand now because they haven't developed. So that's my understanding, is the cost will be borne by the folks that are benefiting directly from it. If we didn't fund it with the transportation impact fees, I mean, obviously stormwater utility we could consider using funds from, but we don't have tons of money in the stormwater utility for this type of purpose. I mean, we've got a lot of other needs for those funds. So I think the transportation impact funds were sort of the best choice available for kind of initial financing of this effort.
I would like to add that I think it benefits the city a great deal to know what the limitations of that area is in terms of development. My understanding is that the soil composition of that area is not, in certain portions of that Bill Grant area, it's not conducive to a lot of heavy development. And so for us to know, have a clear understanding of how much development and where can prevent a potential lawsuit like we've seen in the past. So finding the financial resources to find this out, I think it's really important for both the city and the future residents of that area. Jeremy.
Thanks, Smriti. Jeremy Keene, Public Works Director. Just to clarify on the funding for this. So we split the funding between development services and the Build Grant project impact fees because the Build Grant design has the same questions about how to handle storm drainage. And so we thought it was appropriate to use a portion of that money that was allocated towards the Build Grants. We allocated $2 million of impact fee money toward the Build Grant project, and we're using that primarily for the design of that project. So the half that's coming from impact fees is related to the Build Grant design.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeremy, for that clarification. Dale.
Hello, Dale Bickle, Chief Administrative Officer. I wanted to also respond to Councilwoman Harp's question. So this area, as it has developed in the past, has had real stormwater problems related to a lot of the clay soils out there. And what has been happening in the past is we've been doing this development by development, and we have not had a holistic view of the whole stormwater systems. If we didn't do this study, that's exactly what would happen. We would continue to do these kind of an ad hoc basis where every development that's a smaller nature will try to store its stormwater on site, and that's going to end up being problematic because we're not looking at it in the big picture. So this is a way, by using this funding and impact fees, which will be reimbursed as development occurs out there, we're able to get a bigger picture and get a handle on the stormwater process holistically rather than just piecemeal like we've been doing.
That's a great point. Thanks, Dale. Jeremy, do you know what the time frame, or Logan, what the time frame for this would be? I'm just thinking about how we're working with Dover Coal on the Mullen area planning, and how this would be an important component of how we plan for that area.
Yeah, the timing is, I mean, we're kind of back against the wall. I apologize that we should have gotten this together sooner. It just has taken a while to develop the scope and to kind of recognize the need for the study and define what exactly we needed to accomplish. So it's about an 11-week schedule for the work to be completed. So, we're having to march forward on designs on Build Grant and sort of make some assumptions about what we think the study's going to conclude. But obviously, if we come up with different answers out of the study, then we might have to sort of take another, redesign effort on Build Grant. But, I think we have a pretty good idea of what the study's going to show, because they've already done a couple similar studies for specific developments. Heron's Landing and Remington Flats have used the same model and the same consultant. And so I think we're getting a pretty good idea of what the groundwater conditions are out there. But timing is critical. We have to get this thing moving ASAP.
I agree. It would have been great to align everything better, but hindsight's always 2020. So I just hope that we can turn this around really quickly so that it can be as useful as it can for the pending development that's coming that way. Julie.
Yeah, I guess I'm curious to what extent we've considered that what other options will be available for dealing with stormwater if the answers to this study are that the ground really doesn't have the capacity to take on the stormwater that would be generated as a result of the development that's going in out there. And I maybe that question is a little premature, but I know like that 44 Ranch has had difficulty in dealing with their stormwater. So any thoughts you guys have available to share? I'd love to hear them.
Sure, I think it's an excellent question. We're really not looking at this area as 100% groundwater disposal anyways. I mean, there's sort of always an option to just store on the surface and kind of meet your detention requirements. So that certainly is still an option. It's, we need to kind of, we want to look at the area holistically, like Dale said. We don't want every development to have to use up a bunch of their, developable property for stormwater ponds to hold their 100-year storm. So we want to look at it holistically. We're meeting with the airport about potential for some stormwater retention on airport property. And so, I mean, I would say we're still looking at various options, and it's not going to be 100% groundwater disposal anyways. So I think we have options. We're just, we want to help some of those developments preserve more of their land to develop and kind of centralize the stormwater treatment if possible, either on airport property or on property that's sort of on the fringe of the floodplain that couldn't be developed anyways. So, I think we're just trying to optimize for the area how we deal with the stormwater issue.
Thanks, Logan. Jordan.
Thanks. This is important work. The geology and soil composition in this area is really challenging, as everyone knows. There's issues with clay soils, as Dale mentioned, and there's issues with infrastructure that was put in prior to our current standard settling. And so I think any work that we can do in this area to understand, to better understand groundwater and to better understand the unique conditions out there is really going to be a benefit to future development. So I want to highlight, as Logan mentioned, this project will preserve developable land, which will in turn allow more housing, which will in turn help put a negative pressure on the cost of housing. So it's really important work, and it's really good that we're doing this in a holistic manner as a part of the build grant. I think this is one more way where the build grant is extremely successful. That we're getting out ahead of development, and we're planning in a cohesive, holistic manner. So I'm very supportive, and I put the motion on the floor.
Great, thank you, Jordan. Jeremy.
Thank you. I'll just add, the build grant team and the planning team have been working very closely together. So all of this works together. And while Logan, emphasized that the time is short, we're moving very quickly on these projects, but it is being well coordinated. And as Dale said, and as Jordan mentioned, it's a holistic approach to get the best efficiency out of the land. So if the answers are that we need to do something different with storm drainage, other than our traditional method of using dry well sumps, this will be a way for us to coordinate all of those different development projects and road projects in a way that we can create combined storm drainage systems that work well for that area. So it creates a lot better efficiency and also better predictability for everybody that's working in that area.
Thanks, Jeremy. Yeah, this is all part of a better and more comprehensive planning strategy for how we grow and develop in Missoula. So I appreciate it and support this. If we could put the public comment information on the screen again, Michelle, that would be great. Okay. That information is up. I don't see anyone wanting to provide a comment. Dennis, are you still with us? Do you want to provide comment, or is that from earlier? That's from earlier. Oh, you are here. No?
I have no comment. Nope.
Okay. I wasn't sure, just reading the chat information. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. I don't see any public comment. I will be abstaining from voting on this. My husband is employed by Newfields, but let's take a roll call vote, please.
Anderson,
Yes.
Harp,
Yes.
Hess,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Merritt,
Yes.
Ramos,
Yes.
Vasika,
Yes.
Von Losberg,
Yes.
and West.
Yes.
Okay, so this will be on the consent agenda. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Logan and Jeremy, for the presentation.
Thank you all very much.
Okay. And last, we have a demonstration of the Neptune 360 software by Dennis Bowman.
Good morning. Thank you. Dennis Bowman, Deputy Public Works Director for the Utilities of City of Missoula. Basically, I'm going to give you a demonstration for the Neptune 360 software that we're currently using. If the council remembers, last year, the council voted to allow us to go ahead and change our meters and upgrade the system, along with moving from an automated meter reading system to an AMI system where it's more fixed base. The big positives on that is that this technology also can be used in the way of a web portal for the customers in the near future that they can control. As we all looked at conservation and that, they can control, they can see how much consumption they're using per day. Also, they can turn around, instead of getting the consumption once a month, they can also set alarms and everything on it. So I'll go ahead and present my screen and walk you through it. It's not available to the customers yet. This software here is what we use at the utility. I will also, basically, I will also have Jerry Ellis in my office. He's 6 feet away, but any additional questions you might have. He's the project manager. He's been on top of everything from the implementation, presenting to council with changes on ordinance changes and that. And he's the resident expert on this stuff along with his field personnel. So just to make sure everybody can see my screen okay.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the Neptune 360. So basically what you're going to be seeing here is, I got to move my one screen here and I apologize. Basically, this is what we use in the system that they load up all the information for billing and that they're able to see it. So this gets updated every day. So we can see on the right-hand side that currently we're receiving 2,344 meters. Also on top here, it gives us a consumption for those meters. And you can see the variety of how it changes in that. Long-term plan, once we get the whole system built in, everybody being on meter, the biggest plus for us is that it'll help us with our unaccounted for water. Right now, we have to do our leak studies in the late fall, early spring. And basically, we do tank falls and also do calculations of those tank falls from midnight to 5 in the morning. We can utilize this stuff here because we have full zones, pressure zones, that everybody in that zone is metered. Plus, we're measuring the water going into that zone. So we'll really be able to fine tune our unaccounted for water, along with setting up alarm systems that all of a sudden, if it exceeds a certain criteria, that we can turn around and investigate that. All of a sudden there's a service line leak or a main leak in that area. So long-term, it really super positive in that. The other benefit of it is that it gives us the top 10 accounts by consumption and coordinating everything. Once we get everything built out, we're pumping right now 39 to 40 million gallons a day. So you'll see it fluctuate up and down once we get the 25,000 customers onto the system. It also shows you possible critical customers. We're still fine tuning the parameters for this. We're trying to get it to that if a customer uses water over a 24-hour period, nonstop, it'll send the alarm. So we're fine tuning this criteria. Jerry is. Also is that it also, if something happens and then there's reverse flows, it happens. Either something happens with the customer service line or they're replacing their service line and that, and the contractor's out there and shuts the water off, cuts the service line, you get water coming back out of the house. And the meter will detect that it's running backwards. Also, there's an incentive sometimes for certain customers that they think, oh, I need to save money, so I'm going to turn my meter around backwards, which is illegal. But this system here picks that up and lets us know that we have a reverse flow and there's an issue. So we can, we've gotten permission by one of our employees to go ahead and look at his account. So I'll bring his account up real quick and show you the information. Now, this is not for public use in that. We understand that. So we're not giving any information out that's not supposed to be. But this is Joe Thule, lives over on Bridge Court. Basically, it shows us his usage, not only per month, but also per day. So once it pops up here, so you can see all the way back to November last year. Now, November last year, even though the meters were in, we did not have the towers or the collectors up to bring that information in. So basically these reads were only loaded up manually when they went out there to read for billing. They were only loaded up manually. So now if you go down to like currently that we have most of the towers set up, we can look at it and say, oh, look at Joe can say, you know what, eventually he'll be able to look at his own account with the customer portal and say, okay, look at me, here's my consumption. This is daily consumption that he's using. And then all of a sudden, if there's a huge spike, he, you know, go in here, customer service can do this too. Go in here and say, what's going on? What's going on? How come there's all of a sudden a spike here? It gets down to the hours and that. Joe works with us. So even though there's a little bit of usage during the day, it's primarily any toilet or stuff like that. But you can see when he gets home at night, there's a lot of activity, additional irrigating that he has. So a customer calls into the customer service and says, why is my bill so high? What's going on? Instead of sending a service technician to go out there and download information and then prolong if the customer has a leak, customer service can, while the customer's on the phone, can talk to the customer and say, this is what's happening. This is what we're seeing. Did anything happen between 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock at night, or 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock at night? Did you leave a garden hose on or what? It's a lot of information, but basically it really helps the customer and gives us the data to turn around and identify if a customer has a leak or if there's just excess usage. We've seen it in the past that, and I've experienced it too, if you have landscapers and that, sometimes they'll adjust your sprinkler timers. I don't know it that they did, and all of a sudden my consumption goes up and find out, well, they're okay, I'm watering my irrigation more, but the landscapers didn't tell me that they increased my timers and that. So it's a great reference and great tool for it to be able to do this. It's gone very smoothly. Jerry's done an outstanding job with the customers and that. When we get the customer portal, it'll be very, very handy to for the customers. You can set up also accounts alarms. So we have a customer out in Phantom Hills when we took over last year that they asked that question due to the fact of they had a problem before the city took over the system. That 2 weeks after they left, they were snowbirds. They had a water line, I believe it was supply line to the toilet break. They did not know it. And when they returned, they had over $20,000 damage inside the house. So they were extremely frustrated. But this technology, the customer in the web portal will be able to go in and set parameters that they can do budget consumption per month. They can also say, hey, I'm in a winter time from November 1st to January 1st. There should be no usage. If there's any type of usage at all, basically it'll send a text message and an email to that customer, say, hey, you got a leak, you got a problem going on. There's usage at your home, even if you're not home. So we can also, like I said, not everybody's in there, but I can turn around and look at like this is City Parks Department up on Timberlane, the soccer field. There are certain parts of the system that is critical, the way the system reacts with pressure and that we have some people that also will turn around and use a hydrant. And we've had street department do it and they're outstanding. But if you use a hydrant too fast in certain areas, it creates alarms on our SCADA system and pressures. So say we have an issue or whatever, we can turn around and go in here and say, well, wait a minute, did they adjust their flow? You can look at the Parks Department, they're consistent exactly how much usage they use, and you can break it down to exactly when they're using water and how much water. This is what they're using in the middle of the night. So, which is excellent for us because even though you're using that water in that, it allows us during the early morning hours when we're really topping off a bunch of the tanks in that, there's not a big hit to the system. It's all done when there's very low usage in the middle of the night. So this is prime example of an excellent way the Parks Department is operating. It's perfect example.
We also have the ability to send this in an email form to customers also. So we can drill down to whatever level we want to, monthly, daily, or hourly, and send that to a customer in email.
Good point. Thanks, Jerry. That was Jerry Ellis, the superintendent for Missoula Water. That's all I have to present right now. But like I said, we got over 2,500 accounts. We're still fine tuning some of the stuff. Jerry just got the 5 towers set up. Originally, when this was presented, the proclamation study showed that we needed 27 towers. And towers are expensive to put up. Jerry worked on that with Neptune and the development services and that, and we're able to put 5 towers up currently. And even when we first started out, we used the tower at the resource recovery plant. which is extremely high, and one out in East Missoula. Even that tower at the resource recovery plant was picking meters up, not only in Phantom Hills, but out on the south side of the system and that. But you still have some pockets that you can't pick up. So we're fine tuning it. Like I said, we still have, there's 20, it changes 2344. It was, now we're not receiving 573. So it helps by having your towers and everything, also the placement of the meters. In the future, I'm hoping that we can get more and more people to have meter pits in, the older ones. This will also allow better transmission of this information and data. So at that time, I have nothing else to add, but if anybody has any comments, Jerry and I are here to answer.
Thank you, Dennis. Yeah, this is a great tool. Both, that's, I think the benefits to system efficiency and customer service are certainly there, and glad to see that we have this technology. Jordan.
Thanks. Just a note at first, Dennis and Jerry, that I just remain so proud of what Missoula Water has been able to accomplish that just wasn't possible with the previous owner, and really grateful for your dedication and your hard work on this. I guess my question is, can you talk about the timeline for the rest of the implementation? Sort of, meter replacement schedule, rollout to the customer, all that kind of thing?
Yeah, I'll let Jerry Ellis comment on that.
So right now we have 4 of the antennas up and running. We have the 5th one actually installed. We just don't have it implemented yet. I'm hoping to have that done by the end of the week. We have roughly 22,000 meters in our system that we have to replace. Last year, FY20, I was hoping for 3,000 meters to be replaced. We only did 2,500. I think kind of COVID punched us in the gut on that one. The goal this year is 4,000 meters. We're off to a real good start on that, so I don't see a reason why we can't get to that. As far as the customer portal, you have to have enough meters in to make that efficient and worthwhile to actually start paying for that. So I'm guessing probably maybe the end of this year, FY21, or maybe into FY22, we'll go ahead and start working on that. It was early on, it looked like we were going to have to use a third-party customer portal, and there are a bunch of companies that actually provide those. Well, Neptune has been working on their own for the last couple of years and gave us a presentation about a month ago, and it was very impressive. So the nice thing is that there are a lot of products out there that we can actually look at before we move forward with that.
Thanks. Follow-up question too, is the replacement schedule for the meters just as existing meters fail, or is it more accelerated than that?
It's going to be as existing meters fail, but we're also going to be just right now we're kind of dealing with the low-hanging fruit. We're dealing with meter pits, that sort of thing for the most part. A lot of that has to do with the fact that we just don't have ourselves set up to the point where we're going into customers' houses yet. We just don't have a way to, I believe, mitigate the hazards of sending our employees into people's houses right now. But we're working on that, and hopefully we'll get there soon. And then, as customers call and we have the ability to set it up, we will just start replacing the meters. We know we're going to have to replace every meter in the system. So we have a certain amount of money that we have every year to put into this, and we'll just keep pounding on it until the money's gone.
Yep. And I'll add to that, Jordan. We're maintaining a budget. We spread it over a 5 to 7 year period, knowing that since it's an enterprise fund, we're trying to balance the need for this, the benefit that we're seeing for our system unaccounted for water, along with main replacement. So we only have so much money coming in. So we're really balancing everything out. The other big plus that we're going to try to do is on the meters is not only as they fail, but there's such great information on the larger meters that we receive to help us with unaccounted for water and that, in the way of the university, the stores and everything. We still have some meters in the system that were put in 2000, some of the larger meters That's the next phase this winter Jerry's going to be working on in his crews, is to start targeting some 1.5 and 2-inch meters, some 3-inch meters. If you look at the detail, get down into the weeds of the detail of these meters, is that a lot of our revenue is with the larger meters. So if those meters being 20 years old are only at 60% capacity in recording of that, it really affects everything. So we're just trying to catch up from the bad practice before of not changing meters. And we don't want to just throw millions of dollars at it in 1 year when we have so many other things that we have to do and balance everything.
Okay. Thanks, I appreciate that.
Makes sense. Stacy and then Brian.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And really, man, I just want to echo what Jordan said. Such a demonstration of incredible value for our community with the acquisition of the water and what you guys continue to do. I just, I don't want it to feel as though it's just platitudes. We really truly mean it. And this, I think, is an incredible resource to, I personally feel that water is a very precious commodity, and the fact that this allows people to set up these monitoring systems is just incredible. Very excited. My question is about the two-phased, the rollout for when folks will be able to access it for their own, when is this going to roll out to the public, and is that dependent upon the towers? I kind of missed that correlation. And then second, I know Dennis recently responded to a constituent email about what is going to appear on customers' billing, and how does this interface with that? And because not everyone in our community is as computer savvy, but yet, I want them to be able to access some of this information if they're not, for the folks in our community who don't have access to reliable internet or computers, but want to be good stewards of a precious commodity.
Yeah, I can add, I'll talk about the billing in that. Yes, we are going to look at, because we've had a lot of comment and suggestions to put the graph back on the water bills. When we looked into that, we had mixed communications and misinformation from customers, and that some customers wanted the graph, other customers said, no, I want more messages of what you guys do and what I can do. So we tried to balance it, but we see a need to put that graph back on the bill. It is online. The customer can register and go online and look at it. But like you said, there's some customers that don't understand or can't get up into technology and that. So the nice thing about this system here is that we can turn around and still look at the customer's information for them and email them or just mail them something. Go back to the regular postal service and mail them this graph and say, here's the history of your usage in that. So this will help you out of how everything's going to go. Time frame on this, like Jerry mentioned, is we got 2,500, 2,600 out there right now. We want to build it up. Even though Neptune has worked on their web portal for the last couple of years, their type of company is not to put it out early. They want to make sure all the bugs in that are out of it. So when they turn around and say, okay, it's ready to release, we're good to go having our own, then we'll look at it and look at the cost and look at the need and the benefit to the customers and stuff to be able to do that. I would love to get it by the end of this year. I see a big value to some of the customers and that big value to a bunch of the businesses and that be able to have this and that. It would be really good even if we can get it by next spring. So that way, if people decide to start conserving in the way they're irrigating in that, or irrigation, or even household use in that they would be able to utilize that.
To answer the other part of your question, Stacy, the reads have to be picked up by the antennas and put in the cloud for the customers to have access to them. That's the only way they'll have access to be able to do anything with them.
Okay, thank you so much. I didn't quite see we were talking a lot about towers and then this software and customer accounts. And so I wanted to make sure I was understanding the correlation between all of that. So thank you so much. And if the chair can allow me a quick follow-up.
Go ahead.
So obviously this is a public hearing. You're talking about this for folks who might be listening or find out about this. Is there basic level information that if they call in that customer service will be able to look at, or is it still going to be whether or not and I'm guessing I'm probably answering my question as I'm asking it, but if your community doesn't have the tower, your read isn't available even to the customer service person if they call in for it. So
That's correct. And basically what we're looking at is that, you know, like Jerry said, the fifth tower, hopefully by the end of the week, be up and running in that. You know, it'd be nice to turn around and have it for everybody in the cloud and that, or you know, right off the bat, but it's going to take some time to be able to get it done. So we'll work on it. The customer also can look at our website, Missoula Water website. Also, I believe it's set up, and the Engage Missoula is also on the progress of some of the stuff. So it's great information out there. And then if they don't see it on the website, you know, my email's on the website. Shoot me an email, shoot Jerry an email or whatever, and we'll definitely answer whatever questions that might come up.
Great. Okay, next, Brian.
Hopefully I'm not holding up anyone else in the queue. So first off, add my thanks. This is a really great tool and suite of information. I have to do a confession, and I'm just going to get it out there because I can't stand looking at Dennis. Every time the word meters comes up, I know he's silently laughing, and we have a little time here at the end of the committee meeting. So I will just confess that during the water utility BCAL presentation, one of the slides showed some information about 2,500 meters, and I think Jerry just spoke to that as well. And I, in my mind, read that and got locked in mentally that was a description of the distance of main replacements that we did, and I couldn't figure out why the water utility was showing metric units for that when we typically talk about it in feet or miles. And so during the BCAL, and I feel like we all could use this moment of levity, so just bear with me. So I even converted 2,500 meters into distance while Dennis was talking, and it came out to about 1.5 miles, which actually is a reasonable number to talk about when we're talking about main replacements in a year. So I called Dennis after the meeting and asked him that if he could change to not use the metric, units in the presentation, if he could change that before it got posted to the budget portal. And I will say that Dennis very graciously, without making me feel like more of an idiot than I was and am, informed me that we were indeed talking about actual water meters and not metric units of length. So I just wanted to get that out because I know as it was coming up, Dennis was thinking about it and I was thinking about it, and I wanted to just put it to bed and confess. So thank you.
Well, growing up with the metric system, I have to admit that idiot number 2 here. I also, my brain went that way, but quickly realized that we're talking about the actual meters. Jordan.
Yeah, how many water meters are there in a mile?
Depends on the size.
Well, 2,500 meters is 1.5 miles. So
Great. Any other comments or confessions? Okay, I don't see any. This is an informational item only, and thank you again, Dennis and everyone for bringing this to us. It's always good to know what improvements are being made to better serve the community. So I appreciate it. And that is our last item on the agenda. So with that, we would be adjourned. Thank you all.
Thanks.
Thank you, Katie and Michelle, for the quick technical difficulty recovery.
No problem.
And can you turn me back to not being a co-host, please?
Yep, I'll change that. Is the next one A and F?
Yeah. So Gwen Jones would need to be co-host. Thank you.
Hey, Kirsten, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. I'm using my cellular connection on my phone, so I will not be able to share my screen.
Okay, I pulled up your exhibit, but it's pretty bloody small. Here,
Okay.
this is what it looks like. The numbers are super small.
Yeah, let's
That's as close as I can get it.
I don't think we'll worry about it. I'll just talk about the resolution, and I can't pull up my referral memo on my computer here. I did manage to get the resolution and have it printed out here, so I can go. I'll just go off of that. So I think we'll be fine. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Hey, Marty, are you still there?
Yes.
I'm having a real problem with connectivity over here. I've got the eScribe computer in Conduct Meeting, but I'm pressing the start buttons to stream and record, and it just will not connect. It's spinning and spinning and spinning. I already checked the previous meeting, and it is in post meeting and disconnected. So I have no idea why I can't connect to the encoder to stream right now.
Go out to the public meeting side on the internet and see if the meeting is indeed streaming and you're just not getting feedback in the window that you're looking at.
Okay, just a sec. It's, oh gosh, it's super slow. It's as slow as molasses over here. Google Chrome won't connect.
I would check for you, but I am internetless.
No, I'm using IE to see whether or not it's actually streaming. It's a problem with Chrome. Chrome won't open. Let's see. Oh, bloody hell, everything just froze up.
Kirsten, you're live on YouTube.
Oh. Okay. Oh. Yeah, it looks like we've got live stream on the through IE. Okay.
So you are streaming through eScribe. You're just not getting the feedback through the browser.
Yep.
Okay. It was a little glitchy like that yesterday for public art, but we did stream. And then when I went back to it, it was going and I could see that it was going.
Yeah. Well, it is streaming through the website. It just isn't indicating so on this end.
Okay. Sounds like we're good then.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you. Kirsten, I received a Kirsten? I received a request from Ryan Sudbury to join today's meeting for the Scott Street project. So I don't know how he'll be joining, but just want to let you know.
All right, thank you.
What's happening? Oh, sorry, you won.
Okay, if everyone wants to turn on their camera, it is time to start the meeting. Good morning. I'm going to call Administration and Finance to order for, let me get my correct screen up, for July 29th, 2020. Before we do roll call, Kirsten, could you please post the public comment slide? And then we'll, if you do a roll call during the public comment slide, that would be great. And I will add, before we do roll call, that if people have public comment on items not on the agenda, the information is posted right now, but also you can call in at phone number 253-215-8782. And the meeting ID is 960-049-3694. And in terms of roll call, I'm not sure if you're there or not, Kirsten. I'm not hearing you.
Yes, I am.
You are. Okay. Great. Do you want me to do roll call? Would that be simpler?
No, that's fine. I can get
Okay.
roll call. I was
Thank
trying to make the screen a little bit bigger with the phone numbers, but it isn't cooperating. So we're just going to go with it. I think everyone can read it.
Thanks.
All right, Anderson? Anderson? Is Anderson absent today?
I believe she was here just a minute ago. I'm not sure if she left for a moment. We can circle back around at the end of roll call for her. I believe she will be present for the meeting, so.
Great, I thought I saw her name as well. Becerra?
Present.
Contos? I believe Contos is out for the afternoon. Hart?
Yeah, he's out today.
Present.
Hess?
Present.
Jones?
Present.
Merritt?
Present.
Ramos?
Present.
Cheryl, I did not see Cheryl. Is she out for the afternoon as well?
She is out for the morning, I know.
Okay. Vasika,
Present.
Von Lossberg,
Here.
West.
Here.
Did Anderson show up? Anderson?
Here.
Okay, great. We've got 10 present.
Thank you. And if just keep that posted for a minute on public comment info. I'll go over the minutes. We have minutes from July 22nd, 2020 to approve. Were there any changes to those minutes? Seeing none, those will stand approved. And if there's any public comment on items not on the agenda, so far I do not see anyone knocking at the door wanting to make public comment. Just check this. So we will move forward with the meeting. Thank you. I'm going to reverse the order of 2 items. We have items, I'm going to take 3.2 first because I think it will be quick, and then we can spend some time on the second item, 3.1. Item 3.2 is a resolution levying assessments for the street lighting districts for fiscal year 2021. And we have Marty Rabine to present on that. And I will add, we are setting a public hearing. Recommended motion is to set a public hearing on August 24th, 2020. Marty, to you.
Thank you. Tiny little phones today. My house is down right now.
Marty, we're having a hard time hearing you. I think why don't you try it again, but I couldn't understand what you were just saying. We lost her altogether. Well, we might have to take that 1 second after all, the best laid plans. Wait, I see Marty's name popping back up. We'll see if she can speak clearly, if the technology will work this time. Marty, if you are able to present.
A minute. Okay, can you hear me now?
Seems better. Keep talking.
Okay, I'm gonna keep my video off because I'm on a cellular connection and I think it's probably a problem. So the city has lighting districts distributed throughout the community, and we levy assessments to pay for the light bills for those street lights. This past year, our actual expenditures for street lighting in Missoula was $383,464.36. We anticipate in the next year that Northwestern Energy will increase our rates, for street lighting at 3%, which is about $11,503.91. And the city charges an administrative fee in order to do the billing and collection associated with the districts. We also provide some funding from the road district. The road district is a citywide assessment, and it pays about 10% of the costs of the previous year's actual, because we recognize that all citizens benefit to some degree with lighting in the community. So we offset these expenditures annually. Our total assessment for this next fiscal year is $368,470.87. That represents about a 1.8% increase over last year. The recommendation to City Council is to set a public hearing on these assessments for August 24th so that we can hear from the public about the assessments prior to finalizing them. That's a requirement of state law for street lighting districts. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Rabine regarding the street lighting districts? Mr. Von Lossberg.
Thanks. Marty, we've had some discussions that you've been a part of recently with the full calendar of items, and I know we have a land use item that's also scheduled to open August 24th. Are we my question is there any opportunity to delay on the street lighting assessment, or is this part of the grouping of assessments that we've got to work through on that time frame, just sensitive to the calendar?
We have some statutory requirements associated with the assessments in this district as well. The good news is, as usually I'm the staff person who staffs these assessments, and generally we don't have a lot of public engagement associated with the districts. So I have to be at the meeting anyway. So I think we'll be fine, even though we have quite a full evening on the 24th with this particular set of assessments.
Okay.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Ms. Rabine? Seeing none, I am looking for a motion. No, there we go, Ms. Becerra.
I'll make the recommended motion.
Thank you. Were there any other comments or questions on this topic? All right, seeing none, if you could please post the public comment info, Kirsten, and we'll take public comment on this item. Thank you. The telephone line to call in on is 253-215-8782. Meeting ID number is 960-049-3694. City Council voicemail, you can also call, is 406-552-6012 if you want to leave a voicemail. So we look for any public comment on this item at this or at the August 24th hearing. Not seeing anyone for public comment at this point in time. I'll give it another couple of seconds. All right, we will take a roll call vote on this. Kirsten, thank you.
Anderson,
Yes.
Becerra,
Yes.
Harp,
Yes.
Hess,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Merritt,
Yes.
Ramos,
Yes. Yes.
Besika,
Yes.
Von Mossberg,
Yes.
and West.
Yes.
We have 10 yeses and 2 absent.
Thank you. So that will be set. I think that goes on the consent agenda, and then the public hearing set on August 24th. All right, the second item is the Scott Street parcel proposed purchase. We have John Adams here to present on that, and some other people also, I think, who want to provide comment. We have 2 motions in front of us. I will just let everyone know. One is to approve the buy-sell agreement, and the other is regarding the issuance of bonds. So 2 motions. And Mr. Adams, if you would like to present on this.
Very much. I'm John Adams. I'm a grants administrator 3 in the Office of Housing and Community Development. And I coordinated due diligence and consideration of the purchase of the Scott Street parcel with a team that included Dale Bickle, the CAO, Ellen Buchanan of MRA, Aaron Pahan of Housing and Community Development, and Jeremy Keene from Public Works. And we had the advice of council. And what we have for the committee and city council to consider today, as the chair said, is first, we 2 closely related resolutions. The first would approve a buy-sell agreement between the city and Scott Street Limited Liability Partnership. And the effect would be to direct city staff and the mayor to complete the purchase of 19 acres of land at White Pine Sash on the north side. The second resolution would approve the issuance of $6.6 million worth of tax increment bonds to pay for the purchase to be repaid by tax increment in the North Reserve Scott Street Urban Renewal District. I'm going to share my screen if I could and give you a slideshow. Council should be aware that this has changed slightly. I made a few improvements since I submitted this last Thursday. So first I wanted to mention that if we go further, that for any members of the public interested to learn more about the project and if it goes forward to engage in the discussion about future use of the site, the website here at Engage Missoula is the place to find information and to provide comment and feedback. So for example, the environmental investigations we completed into the property's environmental liabilities are available there, and we welcome any feedback. I want to start by locating the Scott Street parcel. It's here in blue on your screen. The parcel doesn't have a street address, but it's at the intersection of Charlo and Scott Streets. It runs all the way west to Bulwer Street over here. It's directly north of—
John, I'm going to interrupt you for a second. Mayor Engen had raised his hand. Did you want to say something to preface the presentation, Mayor Engen, or?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair, and John, sorry for interrupting. Before we get into some of the detail here, I did want to provide some context, and that context comes in the form of a bit of history and a touch of philosophy thrown in as well. So if you'll bear with me, I think it's important that we set the stage for the request today. So over the course of the last 30 years, Missoula residents have strongly supported the notion of acquiring land in the public interest. They've showed up relentlessly at the polling place to invest millions to purchase and maintain open spaces and parks. And those acquisitions, some in partnership with for and not-for-profit organizations and agencies, have enhanced our quality of life and reflect the values of equity, access, and sustainability that are at the community's core. Those thousands of acres purchased and preserved are a form of land banking, the practice of public purchase of land for specific purchases, like preserving open spaces for today and for future generations. But now land banking has other applications for the city of Missoula. Through a place to call home, meeting Missoula's housing needs, our adopted housing policy, land banking is called out as one of the tools necessary to match the community's values around safe, decent, affordable homes for all Missoulians. And the single biggest barrier to affordable construction of homes in Missoula is the cost of land in appropriate locations. So it goes to reason that public investment in buildable land to create and preserve housing inventory for today and into the future is not only appropriate, but necessary. So toward that end, we've been in the business of buying down the cost of land in exchange for quality housing with long-term guaranteed affordability. Most of that effort has been a function of our redevelopment agency, which deploys incremental tax revenue to improve the community through strategic, thoughtful public investment. Today, there are very few high-quality, affordable housing developments that don't have some form of public investment in the form of MRA funding. Those funds, combined with our federal community development block grant funds and home investment partnership program, provide incentive for both for and not-for-profit developers to complete projects that would not otherwise be financially feasible. More recently, the city's been actively working to identify underused buildable property in key locations to accelerate our land banking program. And examples include investment in the old Sawmill District, which allowed a development partner to untangle a complicated legacy of ownership, acquire and clean up the old industrial site in the heart of the city adjacent to the Clark Fork River. In addition to quality housing, the city created 2 key transportation links on Wyoming Street, the Riverfront Trail, and built a 14-acre park on the Clark Fork River. In addition, the city, in partnership with Montana Rail Link, built a park on 5 acres in an underserved area south of South Missoula and preserved another 7 acres for housing and mixed-use development. Weeks ago, the city acquired, notoriously at this point, the first of a number of properties on West Broadway for large-scale redevelopment. All of these purchases are part of a long-range public planning processes and considerable internal discussion and planning with staff, council members, and community partners. The opportunity that presents itself today happens in the broad context of our housing policy, our transportation plan, our parks master plan, our redevelopment plan, and our land use and growth policy. The city of Missoula's interest in the 19-acre parcel, long nicknamed the Scott Street Partners property, was peaked in the early 2000s when the city acquired a portion of the former White Pine Sash property on North Scott Street to house our vehicle maintenance and streets divisions. The entire White Pine property, stretching from the Montana Rail Link Yard to Rogers Street along Scott Street, was subject to environmental remediation. The city, using our federal brownfields funds, cleaned the southern third of the property to a commercial standard and redeveloped the land for our light industrial needs. In addition, we dedicated a portion of that property to a neighborhood park. A private developer, with the assistance of MRA, constructed Scott Street Village, an affordable for-ownership housing development on the north end of the property. In the middle remains the Scott Street Partners property, now at the end of its environmental remediation process and ripe for thoughtful, strategic public investment and redevelopment in the public interest. A little more context. On the north side of Missoula, natural growth and a local economy that's been transitioning for decades has left land once alive with industrial activity underused, used for the wrong things, or simply not used at all. Some of that property is in private hands and much is owned by the city of Missoula. Land reserved for cemetery expansion or used today for equipment and material storage in inefficient ways. Through our planning processes, including a cemetery master plan, we know that we have excess land owned by the city of Missoula north of Rogers Street. Through our public works facilities planning process, we know that we can effectively consolidate operation adjacent to our current Scott Street facility, freeing up considerable former cemetery acreage for redevelopment in the form of housing, parks, roads, and trails. And with private partners, we believe such a consolidation could open an additional 40 acres for quality redevelopment, all in line with our planning efforts. Our proposal today is simple, I think. Acquire the Scott Street properties through the redevelopment agency, subdivide the property for commercial and residential development, retain the western portion of the subdivision for consolidation of public works operations, and enter into a partnership to build quality affordable housing on the eastern portion adjacent to Scott Street. Upon completion of these transactions, we'd like to begin a public process of planning and redeveloping excess land north of Rogers for additional community benefit. Again, all of these moving parts are absolutely consistent with our plans and programs, make operational sense, which is critical, and also meet critical community needs for housing, parks, and infrastructure. You'll hear a lot more detail from John and others this morning, but I'd like you to consider for a moment what Missoula would look like today if residents had not collectively acted to preserve open spaces and parks. The imperative that produced our conservation lands program was real and required action. And today, the imperative to preserve land for homes in appropriate places is as real as the open space imperative has been over the last several decades. We have much opportunity to ensure that Missoula remains a place where all residents have access to decent places to live, homes that will allow them to raise families, work, play, and contribute fully to our community. I believe this purchase is a thoughtful, strategic, reasonable, and exciting chance for all of us to make our place better. And thank you for indulging me in providing that bit of history.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the background and the context. I appreciate it. My apologies for not going to you earlier. And my apologies, John Adams, for a false start there, but that's what happens with Zoom meetings. I can't read people's minds too well, but thank you. Thank you for all of that information. And John Adams, I know that you're going to be covering some of this again, but I really do appreciate the PowerPoint visuals to accompany it. So, Mr. Adams, it's to you.
So, return. So to return, thank you, Mayor. Here we are at the Scott Street parcel. These are the city shops. This is White Pine Park. And up north is the currently underutilized yard operations that the mayor was referencing. We're going to come back to those in a few moments. This parcel is part of the White Pine Sash State Superfund facility. White Pine Sash operated for a little under 100 years there on the north side, and they manufactured windows and doors. On the south end of the facility, right near the Scott Street Bridge, what's now the Scott Street Bridge, White Pine would dip finished products in a preservative that it was pretty much pentachlorophenol dissolved in diesel fuel. The ultimate result was contamination of the perched aquifer down on that southeastern corner. And then additionally, the distribution of penta and dioxin more generally throughout the site. And then additionally, you can see the log ponds where upon closure, those log pond pits got filled in with wood debris for the most part. So Montana Department of Environmental Quality, DEQ, supervises cleanup at White Pine Sash, and Huttig Building Products, the last of the successive operators at White Pine, is responsible for completing the cleanup that DEQ requires. For the eastern 9.8 acres of the parcel adjacent to Scott Street, DEQ required that Huttig clean the surface soil to residential standards, and Huttig has done that. And on the eastern western 9.3 acres north of the city shops, DEQ required Huttig to clean the surface soil to commercial standards, and Huttig has done that. So you can see this bifurcation on this slide where the eastern half has been cleaned, the surface soil has been cleaned to residential standards and is ready for housing development. And the western half has been cleaned to commercial levels, the surface soil has been, and that's ready for commercial development, with one exception, because you can also see here the land treatment unit that is part of the DEQ's 2015 record of decision. What we have happening here is that Huttig will remove contaminated soil from the hot spot down by the bridge, truck it over here where in purple you can see there's going to be a impermeable pit where they'll put the contaminated soil and allow it to biodegrade. They'll basically aerate it, they'll land farm it for roughly 2 years. And as the penta and petroleum product naturally attenuates due to that aeration, they'll pull it out and reclaim that, and we would have access to it again. So the import for this purchase is that until that LTU is completed, it's built, utilized, and decommissioned, the city would not have the ability to access and redevelop that southwest corner of the property. So potential future uses, if the city acquires the parcel, we'll need to do more master planning for the property that engages the community in the neighborhood. And that planning will need to take into account neighborhood concerns and excitement. Concerns like how additional people, particularly in light of other developments in this district, will affect traffic and schools. But then also I think excitement, things like, hey, maybe I don't have to drive across the Scott Street Bridge every time I want a cup of coffee or a jug of milk. But staff's starting point is that given the housing crisis and our housing policy, we would hope that the eastern half would have a substantial housing component. And then on the west half, staff anticipates that Public Works would consolidate its yard operations here at White Pine, potentially with the Parks Department or with other outside partners. So if we realize something along those lines, there'd be a number of really important benefits for Missoulians. First is that 9 acres of housing in this city core and in a lovely neighborhood is not easy to find. Represents an opportunity to implement what we've committed to in Missoula's housing policy and in the North Reserve Scott Street master plan, and to work with the north and west sides to shape development at this gateway to the Scott Street district. And second, the consolidation of operations would both help Public Works function more efficiently and cost effectively, and would also likely free up other properties for higher and better use. And that's this acreage that the mayor referenced earlier. And then additionally, there's the Mountain Water headquarters, which is 2.2 acres on West Broadway, which is ripe for some kind of redevelopment that's probably mixed use and housing, again, right in the inner core. And we think that essentially acquisition will, with that 9 acres going to Public Works, or with Public Works being able to utilize it, should free up these other dominoes and open up new opportunities that are really exciting for the city. I wanted to note here too that the city is uniquely able to lead redevelopment of the Scott Street parcel. The principal risk with this property is not the environmental facility liability, in my view. It's more time. Any project here will need to work with DEQ and potentially with HUDIG, but work with DEQ to keep surface soil and subsurface soil segregated during redevelopment. And we'll need the LTU removed before we can redevelop the west half. There's enough uncertainty and potential for enough delays and complications that private developers will really struggle to be able to tackle this property when there are green fields that have no such complications west of Reserve Street. And the proof is that it's been vacant for 20 years. So we think that, but for the city stepping in here, redevelopment will still be years away. And because of those complications, could in the end take a form that the neighborhood would not really welcome. Staff pursued Scott Street, the Scott Street parcel, as a result of planning and direction given in other city contexts, and I wanted to highlight some of those for you here. As I noted, this implements direction provided in the city housing policy Place to Call Home, which recommended land banking, creating opportunities to support affordable rental housing, and taking advantage of the layering that could come if we utilize financing that comes with the opportunity zone, being in a qualified census district, and which opens up our HUD funding, and with being within an urban renewal district. So this is a place where we can layer those different tools together to promote the construction of housing that Missoulians can afford. Project is also consistent with the city's strategic plan. It works beautifully with the developing public works facility plan. Project is consistent with the North Side West Side neighborhood plan, which calls for mixed use development, affordable development, and more than anything, high quality development with neighborhood input. And the project is a direct outgrowth of the extensive public engagement and planning that went into the North Reserve Scott Street master plan. Here's a cutout from that very plan where you can see that what the master plan envisioned was housing, residential, and live work in this very area. The master plan sees the Scott Street district being developed with, quote, rich residential neighborhoods that respect and respond to the character of the North Side neighborhood and provide a mix of housing opportunities. Live work developments, new apartments, townhomes, and condominiums will help to transition between purely commercial and purely residential areas, but keep them connected through shared amenities, such as a small community retail and open space node along Scott Street. So this fits perfectly with that plan. I want to note too that this opportunity is only available to us because of decades really of community advocacy. DEQ originally intended to require cleanup at this site to be only to commercial standards, not residential standards. But NMCDC, North Missoula Community Development Corporation, since its inception in 1996, has been pushing DEQ on this. And local residents have pushed DEQ on this. City County Health has pushed DEQ on this. City staff has pushed DEQ on this. The Missoulian, the Board of County Commissioners, and City Council in 2014 called for residential cleanup of the entire Scott Street parcel. We didn't get the whole thing. We didn't get everything we wanted, but we did get 9 acres cleaned to residential standards, 9.3 acres. And Missoulians really created that opportunity to shape that eastern half into something really important for the neighborhood. And this is our chance to seize that. So the details are here. The purchase agreement we reached with Scott Street LLP in December includes a purchase price of $6,380,540. Included a number of contingencies, including appraisal. Commissioned the appraisal and it came back at purchase price. Included contingencies for due diligence, which we completed and staff is satisfied with. included a contingency for the amendment of deed restrictions to allow residential use of the eastern half. When we went into this process, there's a deed restriction that prohibited housing on the east half, and that will be amended at closing. And then the last contingency was city council approval. So obviously we're trying to address that right now. It'll be paid for through the issuance with council's concurrence of $6.6 million in tax increment revenue bonds. Net debt service is approximately $590,000 a year. That forgoes current taxes on the property of approximately $22,000 a year, although staff believes that because there will almost certainly be some private components in this redevelopment, that we're quite likely to recoup that pretty quickly. The North Reserve Scott Street ERD was created in 2014. It's got a current sunset date of 2035. And the sunset, if the current bond is approved, would be 2045. So just to give you a sense of how we see this project playing out from start to finish, phase 0 was really all the planning that led us to consider purchasing the property. Phase 1 was negotiation of the purchase and navigation of issues with HUDIG and Scott Street LLP due diligence. Phase 2 was consideration by the MRA board and now consideration by the city council. If approved, phase 3 would be master planning the east half for redevelopment and beginning that redevelopment. Phase 4 would be redevelopment of the western half to centralize the city's public works operations. So overall, staff asks that council approve the buy-sell agreement completed in December and authorize acquisition of the property, and then approve the issuance of tax increment revenue bonds to fund the purchase per the recommendation of the Missoula Redevelopment Agency. I'm available to answer questions, and I know that Dale Bickle and Ellen Buchanan are also here and are ready to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you, John. We lost the last sentence there, but otherwise it was a great presentation. I think we were able to hear everything, and the visuals really help to grasp this project. Let me see. Ellen Buchanan, Dale Bickle, did you have any comments at this point in time before moving forward?
This is Ellen. I think John did a great job.
Could you speak up a little bit, Ellen? We can barely hear you.
Sorry, this is Ellen. John did a great job on the presentation, very thorough. I think most of the information or all of the information that's germane relative to the action of the MRA board in terms of a recommendation and the details of the bond issue, the basics are in the PowerPoint presentation. I'm simply happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Dale, did you want any comments before we go to questions also?
No, I don't have any comments. I think Mayor and John did a great job. I would say that there's a lot of the details were attached to the referral. So appraisal, environmental reports. John did a very thorough memo on this for council. So a lot of additional information is available.
Great, thank you. I do see some questions, but before we get to questions, I did just want to highlight the fact that this has been a long process. This is a dormant asset for a reason, because it needs a lot of work to get to the point before it can be actively developed. And I'm really glad, John, you were able to highlight the 2014 information about council requesting that the DEQ cleanup be done to the level of residential cleanup. And I know that Heidi West, although she was not on council yet, worked with Brian von Lossberg, who was on council at that time, to do this. And did either of you want to just briefly speak to that? Because it's 6 years later and things are starting to happen. It's pretty exciting, but you laid the base back then. Heidi or Brian, did you want to just comment on that before we go to council questions?
I'll defer to Heidi.
I guess I don't have much to add, except that it's pretty amazing to see this kind of come full circle. This is how I met Brian and John and Jason Weiner. I live down the street from this site, and I can't, I think it was monumental that we got any of it switched to residential level cleanup. And I I can't think of a better way forward than to have this be in city ownership and have, you know, public input around what the future of the site holds for us.
And I'll just quickly add, Gwen, I want to thank John for including those slides in the presentation. They do an excellent job telling the story. I don't think the updated presentation is attached to eScribe, which was part of my sort of wondering where they were and emails to that effect. So if we can make sure that the updated presentation is attached to eScribe and is available on Engage Missoula, I think that's important. Those two slides that you included, John, with the editorial, the input from various agencies in the city, and yes, actually the first thing I did on council, my first resolution was that resolution that you mentioned on the second slide. And I want to give credit, as your material does a good job of doing, to the folks in the community and at NMCDC who long ago, when others did not share this view, to be quite blunt, saw the value of residential development in this part of town, in Heidi and my neighborhood. And it is in large part because of the actions and community organizing and advocacy on the part of citizens and neighbors down our streets and NMCDC that we did indeed get DEQ to change what was their initial plan for cleanup. We would not be having this conversation, regardless of anyone's opinion about it, if DEQ did not change their cleanup plan. And we got that cleanup plan to be changed for the eastern portion of the property. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a really good history to have. Okay, it looks like we do have someone for public comment. I'm just going to let people know we're going to ask questions from council first. We're going to follow the regular format, and we will get to public comment in a period of minutes. But Mr. Ramos, you had a question. I'll start with you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Brian and Heidi, for your work on this project. And thank you, John, for a very detailed presentation. I really appreciated that and appreciated you addressing some of the concerns and questions that I had. I was just wondering, what is the total P&I for this project with the bonds? I understand it's about $591 a year, multiplied by 25 years. I was just wondering if you guys had that figure.
And Jesse, for my clarification, PMI stands for what?
Principal and interest.
Thank you. I think that's good to have for everyone watching. Thanks. Is someone able to answer that question? Ms.
Ellen, I'm going to let you handle the MRA related questions, if that's all right with you.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. And I think that's probably attached to the bond resolution that is included in this.
Yeah, I didn't see it on there.
So we have two bonds. One, the total P&I is 5.1 million, and the other is going to be comparable as 5.5 million. You have a taxable bond and a tax exempt bond. So we have an A and B series. So collectively, it's 10.6.
Okay. Did you have a follow-up, Mr. Ramos?
No, that'll be it for now. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to try and follow the order here. All right. I'm just going to have to go off of the screen because Ms. Merritt and then Ms. Vasika, I believe, had questions.
Yeah, I think that big kudos goes to the NMCDC and the neighbors who worked so hard to make sure that this site got cleaned up to residential standards. You know, congratulations to you guys for that hard work. And Heidi, I hope this is a joyous day. I did have one question though for John Adams. When you said that some of the still contaminated materials are going to be moved from the southeastern corner. You said that the penta compounds would be attenuated, and I'm wondering what attenuation of penta compounds looks like. Do they break down into something that's no longer harmful, or what do we expect to come out of that process?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm not a soil scientist, so I'm not, maybe Heidi will be able to better answer this question, but as I understand it, basically that aeration allows the contamination to either rebond with other things or simply dissipate. I can't tell you, I can only tell you that over time, as you allow, or maybe Brian actually knows this, but as you allow oxygen into the contaminated soil, as you aerate, they'll run essentially aeration pipes through it and they'll stir it around, causes the contamination to decrease over time to levels that would be acceptable for easy offsite disposal.
Yeah, if I can, it's actually the microorganisms, bacteria in the soil that degrades the contamination over time. So that it turns it into, organic, normal kind of safe organic compounds, as long as the soil moisture and oxygen levels are maintained at appropriate levels. They'll have to monitor that over time, but at the end of the day, they'll be able to just take it to the dump when it's finished.
Thanks, Ryan. That was much more convincing than my explanation.
Thank you. Ms. Vasika, did you have a question? Your hand is down.
I no longer have a question. Thank you.
Oh, all right. Thank you. Ms. West.
Thanks. So I did have a question. I think it's really important to maybe talk in a little bit more detail around the public process that's going to be kicked off once we own the property. So maybe, John, if you could give a little bit more detail and maybe what the expected timeline is for the first engagement with the community that surrounds this property.
I think I'll defer to Ellen on that. There's been a lot of public input and engagement that has gone into those kind of background basic documents. But Ellen, do you want to address how we're going to move forward?
Sure. Ellen Buchanan. I think we're going to want to move as quickly as possible on this. One of the considerations here is that this property is in the city's only opportunity zone. And with those, as time moves forward, I think opportunities tend to diminish a bit. So we've been working with Missoula Economic Partnership for quite a while now, since the creation of the opportunity zones, in fact, to look for projects, and I'm going to try not to use the word opportunity 27 times in this, but that's what keeps happening. But to look for projects that can take advantage of both TIF financing, the opportunity zone, tax advantages, and possible use of some of our federal entitlement funds. We have probably the best tool chest we've ever had for the redevelopment of a project of this nature. So I would see us beginning, we've got a meeting coming up, Dale and I do, with MEP to talk about just exactly that and how we move forward. My hope is that we get some definition around how we're going to orchestrate that public process and then put it in motion within the next coming months.
Thank you. Mr. Von Lossberg, and then Ms. Harp after that.
I'm going to wait till there's a motion on the floor, which I hope my colleagues will provide Ms. West the opportunity to do.
I was planning on deferring to Ward 1, and now we've really narrowed it down even more than that. Okay, Ms. Harp.
Mine's more of a comment once the motion's on the floor as well. Thanks.
Are there any other questions? Ms. West.
All right, well, I'll make the recommended motion, and then I just briefly have a comment. So I think that this is, I think, the best outcome of this process for this site. I do want to, I guess, reiterate that the north side and the west side is absorbing a disproportionate amount of, especially the low-income housing tax credit projects when compared to the rest of the community. And while these are really needed projects, and I, wholeheartedly support both the Trinity and Bellagio, I think that this, the context of this increase of density happening in an already very low income neighborhood that has a majority renter demographic and also significant infrastructure deficits just needs to be, you know, spelled out. And so I hope that this will kick off a process that doesn't just look at maximizing the density of housing units, but really maximizing, I guess, meeting neighborhood needs. And I think those are a little bit more complex. And I think the only way we get to have this conversation is for us to have this parcel of land in public ownership. If this goes into private ownership, nobody has any say of what happens here. And I think that is, this is an amazing opportunity, and I hope everyone sees it for what it is, which is exactly that. And we could use opportunity a million times in different contexts. So anyway, I just hope everyone else sees this as just the awesome investment that it is. So thank you.
Thanks, Heidi. I see a few other hands raised. I have had someone in the waiting room, I believe, for public comment. So I'm going to switch gears. We're going to go to public comment right now. We are doing fine with time, and then come back. I have another question, and I think we will have comments from council. This is a big project, so a lot of information here. For right now, Kirsten, if you would put the public comment information screen up, and I'll introduce that, and then we will let this first person in for public comment. So if people want to call in for public comment on this item, the Scott Street purchase, the phone number to call is 253-215-8782. Meeting ID is 960-049-3694. I would ask that you please mute your computer or TV because there's quite a delay, and it's much easier to let you in without that delay. And we do have caller number 4663. Caller number 4663, I'm going to admit you for public comment. So if you can hear us, now is the time to speak on this item that is in front of us. Hello, caller phone number ending in 4663. Are you able to hear us and give comment on this item if you're trying to give public comment on it? All right, I'm not hearing anyone. I'm just going to give it another minute since now is the time for public comment.
Councilwoman Jones, this is Andrea Davis with Homeward. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Excellent.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. I had to unmute.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to comment on this purchase. Wearing my Homeward hat, I want to be able to reiterate all that's been presented today. In the course of the 20 years I've been involved in affordable housing in this community, this property has been looked at as an amazing opportunity for redevelopment. And I could do no better job than what's already been articulated by staff and council members in terms of being able to convert this property to residential standards. It is critical that local government assist and actively participate in land acquisition and land banking in order to catalyze private investment, both with nonprofit and for-profit partners that are standing at the ready to help build out community goals for this site. So we are ecstatic that the city is taking a look at deploying its many public strategies by acquisition of the Scott Street parcel. And also wearing my Mountain Line board member hat, while this property specifically I think is being looked at more for residential use, as has been described, this overall area in terms of the vision with city shops and then potentially with the adjacent parcel to the north. Mountain Line, as you know, is an active community partner with all of the outstanding community goals in terms of growing inward and helping reduce our congestion and improving our air quality. And Mountain Line has outgrown its site on the Shakespeare site. We're very fortunate to have adding new buses, and but we are literally out of room. So we are actively looking for a parcel where we can operate from in a way that allows us to serve the community in its best needs. And so I want to put that on public record that while this particular site may not be what we're looking at for a central Mountain Line location, ideally maybe adjacent it is. And so we're excited to see how there could be potentially a future partnership there. So I just wanted to put my support on record with everything that's been said, and thank both Councilperson West and Von Lossberg for their work, as well as all of the staff on the call for making this opportunity available for Missoula. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. We have caller on the line number 2765. If you can hear me, now is your time to give public comment, and we do try to keep public comment to about 3 minutes. So caller 2765. I'm going to give it a minute here. All right, caller 2765, phone number ending in 2765. If you can hear me, now is the time to give public comment.
Yes, Councilwoman Jones, this is Grant here with the Missoula Economic Partnership. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I just want to thank members of the committee for a chance to provide our support for this project, and I'll just acknowledge that we actually came to the city some months ago really encouraging them to be strategically looking at this site and considering the possibility of an acquisition here. We, as you're probably aware, this site is centrally located in Missoula's Opportunity Zone, and we've been working hard to identify the best practices around which we can develop public-private partnerships that would utilize this investment tool from the private sector to fulfill some of our community's goals and needs as expressed through various community plans right now. In our work assessing that tool and traveling around the country and the region, we've really seen that some of the best outcomes in public-private partnerships have been those places where the city has been able to use redevelopment funds to invest in the parcels of land to create the to provide the patient capital to build the kinds of partnerships with the private sector that really utilize the strengths of these other tools and bring all of the partners to the table in a way that ensures the best outcome to meet those broader community goals. We really believe that this is a site with tremendous potential, but it also is one that is, includes a lot of complexity. And so the city being able to invest in this, we don't think is mutually exclusive to bringing the private sector along and finding good partnerships. And we really value our work with MRA and with the city and with, frankly, the private sector and a team of folks we're working with now to look at how we could create partnerships that would deliver really good results there. But we can't do that if we don't have the assurance, and we've heard this from investors locally and nationally, that really the city is on board and that there's willing partners in the community to understand the community's needs, the community's visions, and to be able to develop and invest in a private project that delivers the results folks are looking for. So we do support this, and we are grateful for the city sticking its neck out and making this investment, and we believe that there will be a good return on this investment down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kier. I appreciate it. No one else is in the waiting room, so we're going to go, if you can take that screen down, Kirsten, and we'll go back to council. I did have a quick question or comment. I'm very supportive of this. So many levels of good reasons. It would take far too long to go into, and other people have been hitting those issues as we've gone through them. One item I just wanted to highlight is the fact that we're looking at purchasing about 19 acres, and Mr. Adams or whoever can answer this, by aggregating the city shops and the land that the city needs to use and freeing up areas and also bringing other areas into the mix from other land banking, we're going to actually leverage 18 or 19 acres into a lot more that is then available for development. Is that correct?
That's correct. The map that I showed you earlier with city properties to the north that we believe would be freed up, those properties total about 30 acres. And then you've also got the 2.2 acres of mountain water down on West Broadway. So it's going to leverage a lot. I don't want to overpromise that just because I know that the facility plan is still being developed and because the community will have a lot to say about what the city does with those properties. So I don't want to simply create a cause and effect or direct this, then that immediately, but that's what we envision that the 19 acres would in the end, especially the 9 acres on the west half, would enable the city to open up a lot of other stuff.
Great. That's a really key point, I think. Okay, we have comments, questions. Mr. Von Lossberg, and then Ms. Vasika was next.
Thanks. I'll be pretty quick. I wanted to just underscore a couple of points from my colleague in Ward 1. It's really critical that there be a planning process that honors the neighborhood's vision and considerations. And the way we achieve that, as Heidi articulated and John and the mayor, is through this sort of an acquisition. If we don't go this kind of route, then the neighborhood has no say in what ultimately happens there. But this route provides that kind of venue. And I simply want to quote the very last part. I sent the resolution that we did back in 2014 around to folks, and I want to highlight the last whereas on the second page because it speaks to the joint North Side West Side neighborhood plan, and I want it on the record because this is not about just maximizing density, as Heidi mentioned, in this area. The portion of the plan quoted says, the neighbor's vision for the integration of commercial, industrial, and residential uses attempts to balance the needs for jobs, services, and neighborhood economic stability with the equally pressing need for healthy residential neighborhoods. And the second part is that the neighborhood plan encourages an appropriate mix of residential and commercial activities that protects the residential character of the neighborhoods and honors the traditional coexistence of residential, small business, and light industrial uses. In a word, this is not about simply maximizing density. It is about a far more integrated planning effort, and I'm very supportive, so thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Von Lossberg. Ms. Vasika, and then Ms. Anderson.
Thank you. So the city will be spending over $6 million to purchase this land, and then they'll be losing an additional $22,000 in property taxes for that land. Then with the city snatching up that land, it loses not only that stream of increased property taxes through private acquisition, but it's also losing land available to the private sector to build more homes to help lower the cost of homes. And it's simple supply and demand. By snatching this property, we are increasing housing prices and adding to the affordable housing problem. Missoula Valley only has so much land, and if that city keeps snatching up available land, it leaves the majority of Missoulians, the average Missoulians, in the dust. And not only that, this urban renewal district was supposed to sunset in 2029, but it was already extended, and according to the presentation, it will sunset in 2035. Now, if we purchase this land, it will extend another decade to 2045. If we don't purchase this land, the $6+ million and more will be released into the general fund, schools, and the county. That is at least $2 million that will go to our children's education. I would much prefer the city provide proper education and roads and sidewalks. Therefore, I cannot be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Ms. Vasika. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I couldn't disagree more with my previous colleague. I don't at all think of this as snatching land. I think of it as making an investment in our community, and an investment that is strategic, thoughtful, laid out as an important component in affordable housing, as denoted in our affordable housing plan. The city has more tools in our tool chest to deal with a piece of property such as this White Pine Sash than a private developer. And therefore, keeping the cost of housing low. And as Mr. Von Lossberg and Ms. West highlighted in the overall community plan, this aligns with that. And as Mr. Kier brought up in his, and Ms. Buchanan, about whether or not This is in our only opportunity zone, which means, and opportunity zones are created not by us, not by the state, but by the federal government. And they, you know, it has a list of criterias, and this just so happens to line up. So if ever there were a time for the stars to align for our community to really make a substantial investment in creating housing at all levels and creating a neighborhood and a community, this piece of property presents all of that. And as Ms. Buchanan says, we are in a very unique situation to have the optimal amount of tools available to us at this point in time. So I absolutely think this is an investment. This, it is not the city's budgetary purview to fund schools. They get the lion's share of property taxes. The largest percentage of property tax allotment goes to schools. And so I absolutely think this is in our best interest, and I am supportive. So thank you so much.
Okay, we have about 6 minutes left, which should include a vote. So we have Ms. Becerra, Ms. Harp, hang on, Mr. Ramos and Mr. Hess. So I'm going to give you each about 1 minute, and I have a feeling we will be able to revisit this at full city council meeting.
Thank you. I just wanted to briefly mention that, you know, the mayor mentioned equity, access, and sustainability, and I truly believe that these are important tenets for how we grow our community, and I believe this site presents an opportunity to achieve those goals. Brownfield redevelopment is a difficult endeavor. Cleanup, investment, all those are really difficult to align components. But it's an important tool for development as we feel the pressure of growth and development and all of that happening in greenfield development. I see no better use for TIF funding than this sort of investment, and it is an investment by the community and for the community. So I am fully supportive of it. Thanks.
You, Ms. Harp.
Thank you. I think every one of us has had the opportunity to go into Google Maps and try and find those mysterious vacant lands in Missoula to consider developing. The organization that I represent, Habitat for Humanity, in 1991, the lots that we were able to purchase were $8,000 a piece. And today, if we're lucky, we can find lots for $50,000 to $60,000, but we can only find those in certain neighborhoods, such as Franklin to the Fort and on the north side, west side area. If we were to venture into my very own ward, those lots are $100,000, $150,000 a piece, and we can't afford it. So one of the great benefits of this kind of project, this partnership between both government, nonprofits, and the private sector, is that we're able to work collaboratively to create better impact for people in order to have a roof over their heads. And when we think about it, it's been 30 years in the making. It also demonstrates that the DEQ, also known as government, listened to the people at that time to, you know, prioritize the health and well-being of our community. And we now are in a position decades later to actually implement that very radical and yet rational approach to land. And I'm very supportive of this notion that we can actually start to do this. I think it's also critical that we also recognize that the north side, west side is once again shouldering the responsibility of putting more people in our community that need it. I hope all of us going forward will continue to support other places and other developments that come before us to make sure we put housing throughout all of our entire city. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. We have Mr. Ramos and Mr. Hess, and then a vote. Mr. Ramos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I will keep this very quick. I think that everybody on the council right now is trying to do the right thing, but I think what it boils down to is just Keynesian versus Austrian economics. I know that it was discussed earlier that the city's been participating in land banking over the years, and now we're going to be participating in more land banking now. And to me, that's just this classic case of government starting a fire and then selling the hose to put it out. The land banking in the first place is what has caused the prices to go up. And this is just another example of inclusionary zoning on a massive scale. We've talked on the council before about how many of us do not appreciate or do not support inclusionary zoning, because what happens in inclusionary zoning is that the higher end homes subsidize the lower end homes, and then as a result of that, the higher end homes are being sold for a higher price, thus increasing the market price. So that's exactly what's happening here. We're using taxpayer dollars, and not only the taxpayer dollars within the district, but also the taxpayer dollars that have to be raised outside of the district to pay for the services within the district in order to pay for these properties. And what that does is that increases the cost of homes across the board, and doesn't do anything for the market rate affordable housing nor the market rate affordable land. And in fact, it drives up the cost of the market rate affordable land. So unfortunately, what we're going to have in Missoula are people that are I guess, not wealthy enough to afford to buy their own home that qualify for a subsidy, and then people that are rich enough that they don't really care what the cost is. Meanwhile, the middle class is going to be completely wiped out, and it's going to be a classic Boulder, Colorado, or San Francisco, where you have subsidized and you have really rich, and then in between, it's few and far between. So respectfully, I understand the intent of this project, but economically speaking, it doesn't make any sense to me, so I cannot support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramos. And Mr. Hess, final comments?
Thanks. I appreciate the opportunity to comment. I think Mr. Ramos makes a point that is valid, which is there's a philosophical difference here. And I think that I believe very strongly that government, local government, must intervene to save our housing market, and that is backed up in our housing policy, and that is a philosophical conviction that I feel very strongly about. That it is our duty to intervene and take measures that can address our housing shortage. This aligns with our plans. It helps us, and it helps us actualize those plans. It aligns with our housing policy, with our growth policy, and with the Urban Renewal District plan. It is good, strategic, long-term thinking. And I think it's important to highlight that we're receiving dozens of emails, literally during this meeting, dozens of emails about the importance of investing in housing and community development. This request is responsive, or this action is responsive to that community request. This is a major investment in a very important project, and it's a good piece of business, and I'm really happy to support it.
Thank you, Mr. Hess. And I would just add that there's a reason why some of these industrial tracts that are located within the city limits have been dormant for so long and not developed, and that's because you have to have some government interaction in order to get them to the starting gate. The market doesn't seem to address that. Okay, Kirsten, we are ready for a roll call vote. My apologies, we're going to go about 1 minute over, but thank you for a robust discussion today. To you, Kirsten.
Just a moment, I'm opening it up. Okay, on the motion to approve the buy-sell agreement, Becerra.
Yes.
Hart.
Yes.
Hess.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Merritt.
Yes.
Ramos.
No.
Vasika.
No.
Von Mossberg.
Yes.
And Anderson.
Yes.
And West, you skipped me.
Oops, sorry, you were down at the bottom of the list. And West.
Yes.
I've got 8 yeses, 2 noes, and 2 absent. Just a moment, let me get that one saved, and we will take the next vote. Okay, on the motion to adopt or deny the bond resolution, we will start with Hart.
Yes.
Hess.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Merritt.
Yes.
Ramos.
No.
Vasika.
No.
Von Mossberg.
Yes.
West.
Yes.
Anderson.
Sorry, I had to move my mouse to get to me on mute. Yes.
And Becerra. Becerra.
Mayor Tenay, Mirta just noted in the comment section that she had to leave.
She had to leave, so I don't think you can count her vote.
Okay, so let me just do some quick math here. Just a moment. I'm letting the program do the math. It'll be just a sec. Okay, we've got 7 yeses, 2 nos, and then that makes 3 absent.
Thank you, Kirsten. So both of those will go into committee reports. Thank you, everyone, for your time today, and we will be adjourned.
Marty or Kirsten, are you there?
Hey, Brian, it's Karina. Can you hear me?
I can.
So Joe and I are quarterbacking this thing.
Oh, okay.
So I will be running eScribe. I've never done a BCal before. So yay.
Okay.
I'm not sure how do you run it? Do you call the roll? Do you call for the vote? Tell me what you want me to do.
Thanks. I will go ahead and call roll, and then on the vote, I would like you to call the vote. And one thing, who is admitting folks to the meeting?
Joe is.
So Joe, let me check. We've got a couple phone numbers that have come in, and are those staff for presentation or are they public comment? Do we know? We could ask them before we get started. The reason I ask is that I need to be able to take public comment as it comes in and admit those folks. So if they're staff for presenting, we need to admit them. If it's public comment, we need to hold on and admit them in an orderly fashion.
Brian, one of them might be Scott Caldwell.
Okay, let me just look here. I need to close my chat. So actually now I don't see them.
I think we will have
So there's Ryan Applegate.
Ryan, Scott, I believe Donna will be with Ryan.
So if there are staff members who are calling in from a phone, we need to know the phone number to admit them for presentation so that I can then also admit public comment folks.
Brian, I'm not sure who those two numbers are. They're in the waiting room.
Yeah, so we'll wait and do public comment at the beginning and give those folks an opportunity. If there are any staff members that are missing who people are expecting, and if you know they might be connecting by phone, then you can give me or the staff there a heads up, but it's one of the challenges to the virtual meetings. And we're at 12:30, so let me know if you guys are ready to go. And Lee, you're gonna kick off, right?
Sure.
Is that sure yes or sure that I've forgotten the plan?
That's a sure yes.
Okay.
You just let me know when.
Okay. Karina, are we good to start?
Yes, Brian, Joe and I are ready to go when you are.
Okay, thanks very much. Hang on, I'm just gonna get and could we put up the slide for public participation? Thank you. Okay, everybody, it is 12:31. So I'd like to call Budget Committee of the Whole to order for today, Wednesday, July 29th. We continue to meet virtually. There are a few different ways to provide public comment, both during the meeting to the extent that we will have time, as well as outside of the time frame of the meeting. On the slide on the screen, there are a series of phone numbers. I'll read the first one, which is area code 253-215-8782. There's also a City Council voicemail at 406-552-6012 that people can use at any time, and that will come to all council. And there's also the City Council general email that comes to all council members, which is council@ci.missoula.mt.us. We will kick off with roll call and then approval of minutes. I'm quickly looking through council members, and actually, I know, Karina, would it be possible to call roll? And you might be muted.
Okay, can you hear me now, Brian?
Yep, we can hear you now.
All right, I'll go ahead and call roll.
Thanks.
Stacy Anderson. Okay, absent. Mirtha Becerra. Absent.
She's here. She just is not unmuted yet.
Oh, okay. I'll mark her as here. John Contos.
He's absent today.
Absent. Heather Harp.
Present.
Jordan Hess.
Present.
Gwen Jones.
Present.
Julie Merritt.
Present.
Jesse Ramos. Jesse Ramos.
Sorry, here.
There you are. Amber Sherrill.
I don't see Amber on at this point.
Okay. Sandra Vaseca.
I see Sandra in the list, but she's not on yet, like Mirta, but she's on the meeting.
She's here. Got it. Brian Von Lossberg.
I'm here.
Heidi West.
Here.
There you are. Okay. We have sorry, this is my first time doing this. Please bear with me.
Sure thing.
So I'm supposed to say how many people are here, correct? And how many are absent?
Actually, it's fine. We're fine. You don't need to. So
we're great.
We have minutes to approve from July 22nd. Any changes to those minutes? Seeing none, those will stand approved. Next, we have public comment on items that are not on the agenda. I know this has been difficult for both agenda and non-agenda items in our virtual meeting. So I'm going to go ahead and go through folks who want to provide public comments. We're going to just take people in the order that you appear in the participants list, and I'll call your phone number by the last 4 digits. So I'm admitting phone number ending in 2424. Phone number ending in 2424. Do you want to provide public comment?
Hi, yes, sorry, I had to unmute myself. My name is Frank Coulter. I live on Westview. I just wanted to provide public comment in support of, funding, preferably for 2021 for Nick Pata Park up in the Far Views Patty Creek neighborhood. This is a project that, our neighborhood council has been working on for 3 years. There's a glaring need, a ton of families and kids in that neighborhood with no viable park for children. Within a 10 or 15 minute walking or biking distance. So just wanted to make sure that was on the council's priority list, as well as Parks and Rec. I know we've met with Donna and, she's been very helpful. We've got the master plan set up. The space is there. The water tanks have been removed. And so, right now there are kids in the neighborhood, again, because there's such a need for a park in this neighborhood, who've built their own bike ramps and, it kind of taken random 2x4s and other lumber and built their own thing. I feel like it's a liability issue maybe as well. So, just want to make sure that's on the radar for everybody. And I don't want this can to get kicked down the road any more than it already has been. I know there's always other, areas of need, and we're sensitive to that, but it's probably one of the only neighborhoods without a park. I just want to make sure that that's a priority for the council in the very near future.
Great. Thanks very much for your comment. I'll put you back in the waiting room. Next, admitting. Oh, sorry. Phone number ending in 5678. Phone number ending 5678. Did you wish to provide public comment? You should be unmuted.
Yes. Hi, this is Matt Larson. I was trying to attend the Budget Committee of the Whole, and by our schedule that you guys have put out, it looks like it's supposed to be happening right now.
Yes, this is Budget Committee of the Whole, and we're taking public comment for a couple minutes.
Oh, sure. Awesome. Yeah, I'd like to compel the City Council and the Mayor to reevaluate the budget for this year and try and put more money towards the community and affordable housing. I think that we've definitely been in, we definitely have a shortage of that in the last like 8 to 10 years. And so I think it's definitely time to refocus our budgets to reflect the actual community and the actual views of our community. I think $19 million is a lot for the city police department, especially, when, and I think there's a few events that happened last year that we should be aware of as a community, such as the lockdown of downtown and the lack of the complete overreaction that it was. Apparently, the story initially was that somebody had shot at a police car from the bus station downtown, and it broke out the rear windshield of a police cruiser early one morning. The entire, there was no bullet fragments or anything found in the police cruiser. And basically it resulted in the lockdown for an entire day of the downtown area, with snipers put on the top of rooftops and, all types of, overblown overreactions. I think we could do without those and save our community a lot of money. But I definitely think we need to focus on affordable housing more and do it in a direct manner, not through funding this Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which I believe to be just another shell in the current city council and power structure of the city council and mayor's office. It's just another way to divert funds and not actually do anything. We've been telling the city council and the mayor for quite some time that we need affordable housing, and the development that was approved on the north side just last month is about the first one that we've seen in
So Larson,
12 years.
I need to wrap it up in about the next 10 seconds. There's a queue of people and we have to get through our presentations as well.
Sure. So in that queue of people, I think you're going to hear a lot of people echoing the same sentiments, that we need to be spending more money on the community and not on the police force, not on, stuff that is superfluous. Thank you. Bye.
I'm going to take public comment in this area for until about 12:45, and then we're going to get to presentations, and then we'll go back to public comment as well. I'm admitting phone number ending in 3922. Hi, I've got phone number ending in 3922. Did you wish to provide public comment?
Yes.
Go ahead, it's your opportunity.
Okay. I did not hear what has already happened in the meeting, so I'm not quite sure where we are. but
We're at the
I
very
live
beginning of the
near-
meeting with public comment. We haven't gotten to the presentations yet.
Okay, great, thank you. So I live near the park, the Ninkapata Park, and my grandchildren live just very, very close to there. I am aware that there are lots and lots of children in that community, in that particular area. And aside from Whitaker Park, which has just a very small, like a swing set and a twirly thing, there's really nothing up there for those children. I know that that field that the park is intended to go into is being used for, and kids are going out there and playing and building little forts, which I think is, while is a good use of their time, is also kind of dangerous. I think those little forts could collapse, which makes me nervous. I think that to provide them with an opportunity to play in a real playground would be great. Also, I was involved with the process when Missoula became a playful city, way back whenever that was, with filling out the applications to be a playful city with Kaboom. And I know that one of the important things that we talked about was to make a play space available for every child within a 10-minute walk. And those kids do not have such a play place. Anybody who wants to go play in a place like that needs to get in their car and go down to Bonner or to Dragon Hollow or something like that. So I think it's really important that those children are offered the opportunity to have a play space that has more directed play where they can play safely.
Thanks very much. And not sure if we got your name at the beginning for the records. Do you mind restating?
I'm sorry. I did not state it. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was supposed to. This is Teresa Cox, C-O-X.
Thank you, Teresa. Appreciate the call.
Thank you.
Yep. And I have phone number ending in 3651. I believe I might have admitted you before. Sorry, did you wish to provide public comment?
Hi, this is Ikubek. I wasn't really interested in providing public comment today per se, but I'm curious if I'm able to listen to this meeting on my phone still, because I know a number of other people who are on hold right now and trying to listen to the meeting who don't have Wi-Fi. And so I'm just wondering if I'm going to be able to listen to this whole meeting on my phone because I'm not able to access Wi-Fi.
I'm not familiar with the technical workings of it. I'll leave you in here and we'll see if that works. Okay.
Okay. My mom is also trying to get in and she's in the holding room. And I think there's a number of other people who are also trying to listen in, but haven't been allowed in.
Right. We're trying to take public comment in order. So I'm going to try and work through those folks here.
Yeah, I think it's helpful for people to be able to hear the other public comment and to know what's going on in the meeting too. And then you can mute people if you need to.
Okay. So I'm going to try muting you right now, but I'll keep you in on the participants. And
thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I just admitted phone number ending in 1050 and unmuting you. Number ending in 1050. Did you wish to provide comment?
Sure. Yeah. Hi, this is Sam Duncan, and I'm calling just as a member of the community today. And I guess, first of all, just wanted to thank several council members who've been willing to meet with myself and other neighbors in the community to basically teach us about how the budget works. So thank you to all those council people for your time. And also, I guess, just some reflection on how this system works. I know that y'all are doing everything you can to make it easy for people to make public comment and to listen to meetings, given the pandemic. You can actually hear what's going on. And so it requires people to have devices essentially to stream the meeting.
Sam,
and then be able to call in and give comment.
Sorry, Sam, we were losing you there for a minute, but I think you
Sorry.
got...
Yeah, I just hope that we can find a system more like the city council system for Mondays so that people can actually listen in, even if they're not wanting to speak.
Yeah,
That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Sam. I'll quickly, I know it's not our process to it's not a Q&A opportunity, but it's an important point. We are trying to move to a webinar format for all of the meetings. It's incredibly resource intensive to do that. And so, but the point is noted, and we're trying to get there. And Sam, I'll keep you in and muted if that helps. So I'm going to take a couple more folks, and then we're going to have to move to presentations, and then we'll get back to public comment. I'm admitting phone number ending in 3731, and you're unmuted now. Phone number ending 3731. Opportunity for public comment. Hi. Phone number ending in 3731.
Oh, hi, this is Rosalind Lapierre. Can you hear me?
You can.
Oh, hi, this is Rosalind Lapierre. I live at 214 Hastings in Missoula, Montana. And first of all, I have not heard any of the meetings to date because I've been put on hold and all I've heard is music. So based on that, I would like to just have a couple of comments. One is I do support us rethinking our city budget to include more social services from housing to mental health crisis issues, and to have less funding in our current budget or new funding for our police department. One of the things I would share is that there has been a lot of research done by scholars and scientists to show that when we have more social service programming and less militarization of our police department, that we have a kind of healthier community, and our communities are able to address some of those issues that our police department currently addresses, such as working with the homeless community or the houseless community, and working with mental health crises. So I really strongly encourage the city of Missoula to rethink our budget and reallocate funds to really support our mental health and our homeless community in Missoula, and to reallocate our funds away from continuing to militarize our police. So I think that's all I'd like to add right now. And if it's possible, to add me to the meeting so I can actually listen to the meeting and not the music. So thank you very much.
So I will keep you in the participant list, as I was explaining before, but you weren't able to hear because you were on hold. We're not in a webinar format for these committee meetings. We're striving to get there, but we haven't been able to do that. So I'll keep you in with a couple other folks that expressed a concern. I'm going to take two more public comment. I realize there are additional people waiting. We do have to get through business, and I'll come back to public comment at the next opportunity. So I'm going to take the next two. The first is phone number ending in 8477. So phone number ending 8477. Unmuted. Public comment.
Hello.
So I'll keep you in with a couple other folks. Hi, you're live. If you could mute your TV because of the delay. Waiting. We do have to get through business, and I'll come back to public comment at the next.
Hello.
Hi, you're live in the meeting, but if you could mute the other space that you're using to watch for the time being, this is opportunity for public comment. There's an unfortunate delay in the transmission.
Okay. I am watching on YouTube as well as sitting in the queue.
Right, you're now live with the meeting with an opportunity for public comment.
Oh, okay. Very good. So my name is Maura Gans. I'm a lifelong resident of Missoula, Montana. I was born here. I don't believe that the $19 million police budget reflects our community values. I really want to see more money allocated towards social services and affordable housing. also believe that we need a investigation into the police and their relationship with the militia on June 6th and their actions with the charges that have come forward on one individual. There were actually multiple individuals involved in that moment against the young man. And I think there needs to be more focus on that, more charges, and I would like to hear an apology from the mayor and a public apology and from the police department. And I'll take my rest of the meeting on YouTube. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. I'll be taking one more as I indicated, and then we'll move to presentation. This is phone number ending in 9781. And it should be unmuted now. Phone number ending in 9781. Did you want to give public comment?
On that, more charges, and I would like to hear an apology.
So phone number ending in 9781. If you could mute, yeah, if you're following along, there's a delay. Oh, okay. I think they have left the meeting. So we're going to move to committee business with Lee Griffin first.
Hello. To launch the meeting, I just wanted to remind everybody that folks can find documents that people will be presenting in each of these committee meetings, including a lot more detail around new requests and community improvement plan requests. And I'll run through that quickly on my screen. We have posted, I believe, all of the documents for today's meeting, July 29th. Parks and Rec has a large amount of CIPs, and these are down towards the bottom of the list. So folks will just need to take a little bit of time to scroll through those. They will also be presenting a presentation summarizing a good bit of that. I would also like folks to know that our calendar has been updated and will likely be updated once again. Today, a motion will be made to open the public hearings, and we have shifted the target adoption date from the 24th to the 31st. Thank you.
Thanks. If you could leave that up there, Lee, for a moment, I want to speak to that. So folks, the reason that we've extended the period and increased the public hearing dates is that there is a land use item that we became aware was advertised for public hearing as well on the 24th. And, you know, for those of you who have participated in council matters in the past, we oftentimes are dealing with multiple issues, and we're certainly cognizant of the great public interest and appreciative of it in the budget adoption, including the other nights that the public hearing will be open. But having a substantive land use public hearing on the same night as the targeted budget adoption on the 24th isn't good for the public and participation, and isn't good for the best decision-making processes of council. So we have extended the budget adoption process to include an additional week. We would normally not be meeting on the 31st. It's a fifth Monday of the month, but I believe the mayor will be calling a special meeting so that we will be meeting on the 31st on that Monday with the targeted budget wrap up at that point. So I just wanted to provide some context around the calendar changes and why those changes are happening. Lee, did I misspeak to any of that?
Sounds all correct.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thanks. And did you have anything else, or you're good?
Excuse me, I do not. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, I'd like to turn it over. We have three sort of department focuses today over the next several hours. We're going to take some 10-minute recesses between those items. And the first one is Erin Pian with the Office of Housing and Community Development. And Erin, are you here?
Hello, yes, I am.
Thanks. And before you start, Erin, sorry, Mirta, we marked Mirta here. She's joined I just wanted to make sure we noted that. All right, all yours, Erin.
Great. Good afternoon, Erin Pahan with the Office of Housing and Community Development, and we are happy to be here today to talk to you about our accomplishments in several key areas and to make requests for investments in our department that will help us achieve the goals in our adopted policies and plans and the goals that are outlined in the city's newly unveiled 3-year strategic plan. So our office, Housing and Community Development, has grown dramatically since its inception in 2016. I think this speaks to the importance of the work that we're engaged in and also the value that the City of Missoula places on the health and well-being of its residents. Housing and Community Development promotes equitable growth in our community through the creation of community-driven policies and programs. More recently, we've also taken on the charge of working across city departments to engage in strategic planning and to identify areas where innovation can help us address the complex problems that our community is facing. Currently, our department has 3 major areas of focus: housing and community development, which includes our housing programs and our brownfields programs; our standalone initiatives, which really are not that standalone because they're all pretty intricately linked. And these include the Office of Neighborhoods, the 10-year plan to end homelessness, Reaching Home, and our energy conservation and climate action work as well. We also include in this the strategic planning and innovation work that we're doing citywide. And lastly, our community partnerships. This includes agencies in the community that are doing great work on behalf and in partnership with the City of Missoula that help us achieve our strategic goals. This also includes special grant-funded initiatives. I thought it would be helpful for council and for the public to better understand the investments that we're making through our budgetary allocations in housing and community development. As you can see, the bulk of our investments are made through federal pass-through funds, which we directly invest in community projects that create or preserve affordable housing, provide a housing benefit to a qualifying household. That could be rent, down payment assistance, financial education, directly benefit individuals and families who experience homelessness in Missoula, or improve economic, environmental, and public health through cleanup of contaminated sites through our brownfields program. We also invest heavily in our community partnerships, organizations in Missoula that are again working on behalf of or in partnership with the city to achieve our goals. These organizations include Partnership Health Center, Missoula Aging Services, Climate Smart Missoula and Home Resource, Arts Missoula, and the International Choir Festival. You'll see smaller investments in areas that primarily represent policy implementation, programming, and staffing cost, areas like the Office of Neighborhoods, Reaching Home, and energy conservation and climate action. Our revenues mirror our investments, showing funds primarily coming from our federal grant contracts with the Department of Housing and Community Development and the Environmental Protection Agency, balanced out by general fund contributions, smaller grants from the National Institute of Health and private foundations, and lastly, contributions from Missoula County that support the implementation of Reaching Home and our work in homelessness. So now we'd like to just share some of the more exciting accomplishments that we've achieved in the last fiscal year. So the Brownfields program, which is kind of an unsung hero in our office, under the leadership of John Adams, works to improve the public health of the entire community and lays building blocks for developments like Sweetgrass Commons, Lee Gordon, the relocated Poverello Center, Silver Park, and the new Missoula Food Bank. Simply put, without this program, all the land that these developments were built on would have remained undevelopable, and we would have in our community a fraction of the new affordable housing, service programs, and equitable outdoor recreation space that we have today. In 2020, our Brownfields program supported almost $700,000 of hazardous material cleanup at the Riverfront Triangle. We initiated cleanup at the MRL Triangle, which is clearing the way for affordable homes. And lastly, we won $1.1 million in new brownfields funding from the Environmental Protection Agency. This is one area that's worth tooting our horn in a little bit. We received 2 grants, 2 out of 12 grants provided in our entire region, Region 8, which covers, I believe, 5 or 6 states. And we are the only city nationwide to achieve that. And I think that's a direct result of the hard work put into that grant application by John Adams. This grant will allow us to continue the good work that the Brownfields program is doing. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Montana James to talk to us a little bit about our accomplishments in the area of housing.
Good afternoon. My name is Montana James, the Community Development Manager in the Office of Housing and Community Development. So in fiscal year 20, we saw some really powerful outcomes from our Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnership funds. Specifically, we helped 6 families making below 80% of area median income purchase a home in Missoula. With those funds, a small resident-owned community of 26 manufactured homes was able to connect to municipal water, making sure that they had access to safe drinking water and were able to maintain that community into the future. Also, over 900 families accessed renter, homeowner, and financial education services in Missoula. And we continued to work to implement Reaching Home, Missoula's 10-year plan to end homelessness, through a number of grants to support the Missoula Coordinated Entry System and the specific access points of that system. In fiscal year 20, we also worked to implement the housing policy adopted last June. A couple of the highlights from that work include the passage of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and securing funding commitments to begin that fund through an accompanying resolution. We also worked with the team over at Development Services to incorporate all of the accessory dwelling unit regulatory recommendations from housing policy into their Title 20 update. And we convened and facilitated a collaborative group of housing, CDFI, and finance partners to help start to tackle some of the key housing finance issues that were identified through the development of housing policy that kind of lie outside of the purview of our city regulation. In the area of housing and economic development, we have just one new request for the fiscal year 21 budget. With the Housing Trust Fund ordinance set to go into effect on August 19th of this year, we are requesting a one-time allocation in the amount of $750,000 to establish and operate that fund. This request is in alignment with several established city policies and plans. For the first one is it will help fulfill the first recommendation in our adopted housing policy, A Place to Call Home, which recommends that we establish and fund a local affordable housing trust fund in order to create a flexible and reliable local funding source to support housing projects and leverage the myriad public and private funds used to construct homes. This request will also help achieve a really specific goal in the City of Missoula's 2020 to 23 strategic plan, which calls for the support of economic growth through the implementation of housing policy, including establishing the trust fund, developing an incentives program, and establishing other programs called for in the policy. And this request also helps to operationalize 2 key strategies from the housing element of our Missoula, our 2015 growth policy. The first strategy under the housing element calls on the city to meet the needs of a growing and diverse population in regard to age, income, physical abilities, and household size by having a sufficient supply of housing and developing a variety of housing types. And the 6th strategy in that element calls on the city to meet the housing needs for all income levels to support economic growth. And so funding and establishing this local affordable housing trust fund will really help us to meet those strategies. A fiscal year 21 allocation in this amount will establish the fund as well as allow it to begin operating. Creating and administering a local housing trust fund is really a big lift that requires additional staff capacity to ensure that we have quality programs, reporting, and transparency in that fund. Any project or program funded with the trust fund will leverage a variety of other city resources, including our HUD entitlement funds, infrastructure funds, TIF, transportation, parks, and not to mention other private funds and federal funds that are available. But a year one allocation in this amount, which is the equivalent of over 7 years of an annual minimum contribution called for in the adopted funding commitments resolution for the trust fund. This will enable the fund to begin operations, fund essential housing programs, as well as demonstrate the city's commitment to investing in solving our affordable housing problems. With this influx of funds, we will be able to seed the fund for some basic programs and hire an affordable housing trust fund administrator. That administrator role is really key to operationalizing some of the most important elements of the trust fund, including creating robust and comprehensive administrative policies and procedures, developing the Citizen Oversight Committee and actually staffing that group, crafting documents such as the annual allocation plan and application forms, and eventually piloting the fund and gathering outcomes so that we can report back to the community on our progress. The Adopted Housing Trust Fund Ordinance caps administrative uses of the fund at 8% of any given year's receipts. So this year one investment is really essential to the fund's ability to get started and succeed. Investing in our local affordable housing trust fund at this level in fiscal year 21 will have immediate impacts in our community. Nationally, municipal housing trust funds leverage $6 on average for every $1 contributed by the municipality. And that's an incredible leverage to be able to bring to our residents while also working to meet our housing needs. Depending on which programs are funded, once administrative rules and an allocation plan are established, the trust fund could serve over 1,000 Missoulians in its first year. Every project or program funded with the trust fund dollars will report back on specific and measurable outcomes achieved with the funds. This will include things like counts of individuals or households served, demographic information of those served, number of units or homes created and preserved with the trust fund dollars. Our office already has a proven track record of meeting really robust reporting requirements through the management of our community development block grant and our home funds with the federal government. And to provide a little bit of a sense of the outcomes that we could achieve based on level of investment, I've included here on this slide some 2-year averages of just a few of the projects that we've funded and the outcomes that we've seen through those projects. So through supporting community partners who provide financial, renter, and homebuyer classes, over 500 Missoulians were served on average in any given year with an investment of about $22,000 a year. Over the same period, by supporting infrastructure projects, the resident-owned community that I mentioned in a prior slide has served an estimated 60 Missoulians or individuals. And supporting the construction of rental homes can be a bit more costly, but the impacts are also pretty great. An estimated 770 Missoulians will benefit from one of the rental housing projects that we've supported. And through investment of a small homes homeownership project, we were able to support 8 Missoulians moving into their own homes. So fulfilling this initial funding request will help our office meet City Council, administration, and departmental goals related to implementing housing policy and addressing our housing challenges in Missoula. But this fiscal year 21 investment will also ensure that we can set up a strong and lasting tools to support housing in Missoula for decades. With that, I'll turn it back to Erin to speak to our progress on reaching home.
Thank you. So as Montana pointed out, the implementation of Reaching Home, which is our 10-year plan to end homelessness, is well aligned with our housing policy work. Through investments in our federal grant programs and through general fund investments and support by Missoula County, we funded work that directly impacted individuals and families living in homelessness. This included supporting 226 families who were able to access emergency housing to keep them out of homelessness, ensuring that nearly 2,000 individuals had access to shelter services. 77 individuals received housing retention support to help them maintain their housing. We collaborated with Partnership Health Center to provide health, behavioral health, housing navigation, and fuse services. Those contracts total about $175,000 and ensure we have several full-time employees working in this arena. We expanded the Missoula Coordinated Entry System, created and launched our first online coordinated entry system training for participating agencies, which was especially important in the last few months as we were unable to do this in person due to COVID, and also established a centralized flexible housing solutions fund. We also need to invest in the systems that support individuals in Missoula that are experiencing a behavioral health crisis, many of whom are living in homelessness or are at risk of becoming homeless today. We're asking City Council for an ongoing investment of $75,000 to support the creation of a mobile crisis team to enhance the response to crisis incidents by using a multidisciplinary team approach when there's not a public safety issue at hand. Through this team approach, the mobile crisis team will provide a better initial level of care and will reduce the need for law enforcement response to these incidents. This goal is addressed in 3 key adopted policies and plans, including the 10-year plan to end homelessness, the City County Jail Diversion Master Plan, and the City of Missoula's 3-year strategic plan. It's also aligned with the Our Missoula Growth Policy in the area of safety and wellness. This investment will provide a direct benefit to Missoulians by providing a more appropriate response to individuals in crisis, ensuring they get connected to the services that they need that will best support them, while allowing the Missoula Police Department to divert their resources to where they're most needed. The entity that provides this service will be determined through a competitive RFP process, and specific measurable outcomes for this program will be defined through that RFP and through the contracting process. Additionally, we're requesting a budget adjustment to support the ongoing work of the Housing Navigator, one of those positions I mentioned that is funded through a contract with Partnership Health Center. The budget adjustment will support an annual increase in the cost to provide these housing navigation services to up to 50 individuals annually. This provides a direct benefit to Missoulians by decreasing the experience of chronic homelessness and the associated impacts that has on our community through permanent housing. And that increase is representing grant dollars, not a general fund request. One more piece on that. I do think it's important to note when we talk about Reaching Home and our accomplishments in that area, that in our 2020 point in time survey, we showed a downward trend in the number of people who were living in homelessness in Missoula for the first time in several years, confirming what those working on the ground every day know, that the systemic shifts that we've made locally by investing in coordinated entry and a housing first approach are working. Numbers are climbing back up, and we have no doubt that the economic fallout from COVID is going to lead to widespread national increases in incidents of homelessness. I think the good news for us locally is that we're better equipped than ever to deal with this. We now have a very strong system in place. We'll just need more resources and, most importantly, more permanently affordable housing to address the rising numbers, which is where an investment in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund really has mutual benefit. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chase Jones to talk to us briefly about our accomplishments in energy conservation and climate action.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks so much, Aaron and Montana, and to City Council and the Mayor as well. For the record, my name is Chase Jones, and I have the privilege of serving as the city's Energy Conservation and Climate Action Coordinator. As you can see from this slide of the highlights of our accomplishments of FY20, it's been another really busy year in the world of energy conservation and climate action, and that's necessary. We have ambitious and necessary goals and plans to get there, and we've worked nearly every day and more often than not with other local government partners and community partners to make progress toward those goals. Speaking of plans, I'll start by mentioning the accomplishment of the joint City Council Board of County Commissioner adoption of our Climate Ready Missoula Climate Resiliency Plan. This plan was nearly a year and a half in the making, with leadership from Missoula County and Climate Smart Missoula, along with the City of Missoula, and with the involvement and input of scientists, community stakeholder groups, and individuals. It was built from climate primer to vulnerability assessment to the full plan that was officially adopted as an amendment to both the city and county growth policies in May of 2019. Climate Ready Missoula rounds out our climate action planning by adding science and strategy to how our community adapts to the impacts of climate change to build resiliency for all. We've moved immediately into implementation after that adoption and have convened an overall implementation team, as well as sub-working groups focused on land use and smoke, heat, health, and local agriculture is soon to come. Next, in terms of accomplishments, we took a step outlined in the joint city-county 100% clean electricity resolution by creating a memorandum of understanding with Northwestern Energy. The MOU outlines shared and individual goals, areas where we agree to work together, such as utility and community scale solar, energy efficiency, data sharing, and statewide policy work. It articulates guiding principles and sets a timeline for our partnership with Northwestern Energy. The first directive under that MOU is to create an implementation plan. Along with my colleague, Diana Mineta at the county, we've convened 2 working groups already of utility staff, community stakeholders, and subject matter experts focused on community scale solar and energy efficiency to begin creating that implementation plan. That plan is to be delivered by December of 2020 as outlined in the MOU. On the municipal or city operations front, we also embarked this past year on a procurement process so that we will be able to conduct investment grade audits of a cross-departmental portfolio of our buildings and facilities in phases that will result in energy savings-based performance contracting to execute deferred maintenance, energy efficiency, and on-site renewable energy. Performance contracts are structured so that guaranteed savings found in the investment grade audits pay for the retrofits and construction. And that really mitigates the risk of those investments. We've chosen the energy services company McKinstry to work with on those efforts, and they'll also conduct energy master planning as part of our work together. This contract is being finalized, and City Council and the mayor will have a chance to consider it in the very near future. This year, we've also completed a strategic planning process as discussed in this budget meeting last year with Missoula County and community partners Climate Smart Missoula and Home Resource. We took a 2-year look and articulated activities and roles and responsibilities toward our collaborative goals and work in the areas of climate mitigation, adaptation, and zero waste. We fed activities from that strategic planning into our strategic investment in these organizations through the Community Benefit Organization funding mechanism, also housed in Housing and Community Development. For Climate Smart Missoula, that resulted in an initiative, work, and a report on green building we call Buildings for the Future, work on our 100% clean electricity community roadmap and financing options. For Home Resource, that work was the convening of a construction and demolition community roundtable and zero waste infrastructure task force. We're reviewing the deliverables of that work, and we'll bring it next to the energy and climate team for discussion, and we'll hopefully continue that work through CBO funding next year. Next slide, please. So that's a quick review of FY20. That work and the continuation of it lines up for another busy year in FY21. To that end, we're requesting 2 new one-time investments, both centered largely around our 100% clean electricity for Missoula initiative. The first is a one-time $15,000 investment in statewide advocacy. While much has and can be done at the local government level to mitigate the impacts of climate change, there remains state-level policy constraints and obstacles to Missoula and other communities with adopted goals to transition to 100% clean electricity. Funding this joint advocacy work will give local government, the business community, and potentially other local government partners working toward the same goals additional and necessary capacity to provide a consistent, expert voice and coalition building presence in the Montana Legislature and Public Service Commission so that we can work on removing existing constraints, ensure new obstacles aren't created or enacted, and enable the steps needed toward necessary transition to an electricity and energy supply and system that serves to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions and climate change. Missoula County, our partners in this initiative, are also considering the same amount in their budget process so that we can pool our resources for efficiency and impact. The next is a one-time $20,000 investment in a joint 100% clean electricity economic analysis. Missoula's electric supply and systems that currently power Missoula are a significant source of greenhouse gas emissions, the primary cause of climate change, and the basis for our work toward a clean, renewable electricity and energy transition. This economic analysis will allow the city to understand the wind and solar potential and transmission access considerations in Montana and the region needed to transition to 100% clean electricity and the associated economic and rate impacts of that transition. That information will facilitate informed decisions and expedite important next steps toward that transition to an electricity and energy supply system, like I said, that serves to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions and climate change, thus improving the economic, environmental, and public health of all Missoulians. Our partners at Missoula County and also in Bozeman and Helena have similar budget items, so there is a leverage opportunity here, and our intention is to jointly commission this study if funded. As you can see on this slide, this work is in alignment with multiple city adopted policies and plans, including our municipal and community climate action plans, our MOU, the City of Missoula 2020 to 2023 strategic plan, and also our growth policy. And these investments will enable progress toward achieving the vision and goals in those areas. On the final slide, just want to mention that Missoula's 100% clean electricity was developed and adopted with overwhelming scientific consensus that climate change is human induced and primarily caused by our release of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, and that climate change poses significant threats to economic, environmental, and the public health of all Missoulians, disproportionately so for low income and other vulnerable or marginalized populations, Indigenous people, people of color, and future generations, if not acted upon decisively and swiftly. As mentioned before, and again on this slide, those improved economic, environmental, and health outcomes are a benefit and service to the quality of life in our community and for all Missoulians, and we hope you will consider that in your considerations of the FY21 budget.
Thank you, Trace. We have just a few more slides to move through. I just want to talk briefly about the Office of Neighborhoods, which saw some big changes in this past fiscal year. 2020 marked the completion of another successful Citizen Academy with the leadership or under the leadership of Councilmember Harp and Councilmember Jones. Additionally, we grew participation in our neighborhood councils, shifted to a virtual meeting format due to the challenges and limitations COVID presented and continues to present, and saw a major shift in leadership. As many of you know, Jane Kelly, our neighborhood coordinator for the last 16 years, retired over the summer. Colin Woodrow, a grant administrator in our office, recently shifted into this role. We're currently in the process of embarking on a program assessment to better understand the needs of the Office of Neighborhoods, the community forums, and all of the neighborhood councils that we serve, so we can ensure that we're meeting the expectations and the mandates that are set forth in the neighborhood charter, or I'm sorry, the city charter. We'll be utilizing the assessment to strengthen engagement and to strengthen programs in the coming year, and we look forward to working closely with council on that process. And lastly, I just want to touch on some of the accomplishments we've achieved through our community partnerships. The City of Missoula partners with several dedicated, effective, and collaborative organizations in the community in order to achieve the goals outlined in our strategic plan. I've already touched on the accomplishments associated with our work with Partnership Health Center, and Chase touched on those with Climate Smart Missoula and Home Resources, all of whom receive funding from the general fund to support our shared work. I'll briefly review the remaining organizations. In 2020, the Missoula Economic Partnership conducted business retention visits with businesses within Missoula County. They worked in partnership with the county to submit an application and secured nearly $1 million to fund job creation grants that will support 9 local companies in the creation of 130 full-time jobs. And they did quite a bit of work around opportunity zones, both working to share knowledge in the community and directly working with the North Side, West Side through listening sessions to better understand what type of development they want to see in their neighborhood and to meet with developers and owners who are interested in those types of developments. And lastly, MEP worked to facilitate a collective response to the economic impacts that we're facing as a result of COVID-19. Arts Missoula continued their successful programming in global and cultural affairs, which involves teaching intercultural competency classes to students as well as city and county employees. These funds also assist in the administration of the City of Missoula's Public Arts Committee, as well as the administration of SPARK, Arts Ignite Learning, which is a community collective impact project that ensures equity and access in arts education. Missoula Aging Services continue to promote the independence, dignity, and health of older adults in our community and those that care for them by providing programs and services like the Personal Care Service Program and Care Management Services that empower people to age with confidence and without fear. And lastly, the International Choral Festival, which is a local nonprofit organization dedicated to promoting artistic excellence, global understanding, friendship, and goodwill, continued their planning efforts towards their triennial choral festival event. I also want to note that we have several initiatives that we did not cover in our presentation today. Ones that have been in front of council recently or over the course of the last year, including our work on social equity and the promotion of STEM through our collaboration with the University of Montana and the Missoula County Library, funded by the National Institute of Health, and also our citywide strategic planning work, working to align our investments and our planning in areas that will have the most impact and ensuring that each department is moving in the same direction. We could spend all day talking about our initiatives and all of the work that we're doing that we believe is increasing the quality of life of Missoulians, but we wanted to focus on those that you may not hear as much about. However, we're happy to provide additional information to council today on anything that we weren't able to cover. And to close, we want to leave you with a summary of our requested investments. Investments that we feel are essential to meet the goals outlined in the City of Missoula's strategic plan and to support our departments and really the larger City of Missoula's commitment to ensuring that as Missoula grows, it grows equitably, and we ensure that we're planning for the needs of all of our residents. And that concludes our presentation.
Thanks very much, Erin, Montana, Chase. I have a couple things before going to other council members. Mayor Engen is a participant in the meeting, and Mayor, wanted to see if you could comment on where we stand relative to the administration's desired investment in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. We took action on that as a council very recently. It's not universally supported on council. 9 members supported it, 2 did not support it, and 1 was absent during that. That said, there's a strong majority of folks that also believe in investing in that fund. We get our Department of Revenue numbers, as we've discussed before, next week from the Department of Revenue at the state. And it's also a complicated year, or a strange year, in the sense that there's the CARES funding due to the pandemic. And I'm wondering if you could just comment on where we stand relative to that desire for the $750,000 initial investment.
So thank you, Councilman. We have so we've programmed that $750,000 for fiscal year 21 and are committed to that. My hope is that depending on what we see from Department of Revenue and further guidance from the state of Montana with regard to CARES Act distributions, that we can increase that contribution. And my hope as well is to start looking at this as an ongoing contribution, but in the meantime, to the degree that we can seed this fund on a one-time basis to the greatest extent possible, we'll try to do that.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that.
We'll know a lot more next week.
Yep, I appreciate that, and I realize it is a challenging process to follow for public as well. So thank you for that. Follow-up question on a related front to you, Aaron, or Montana. One of the things that we're constantly faced with in budget allocations is balancing different sorts of resources. And this is a terrible analogy. I do not at all mean to equate housing with snow plowing. It's just a decent analogy. We're with snow plowing and such, there's the distinction between having the equipment to do the job and the personnel to do the job. And if you're out of balance relative to the equipment or the personnel, you can be sort of over-invested in one place or the other. And I don't know if that provides any context to the question, but the gist of it is we're seeing significant interest in the public in this fund, and several members commenting about a desire to immediately fully fund the fund at the $10 million level, which is challenging on any number of fronts. But aside from the challenges of doing that at the full $10 million level, I'm curious, Aaron, if you could speak to the balancing of the availability of projects in the community that we could utilize funds to. And what I'm really trying to get a sense of for myself and my colleagues is that balancing aspect of having enough money early on in the fund, even if it's before being fully capitalized, as that is matched up to project opportunities in the community. Hopefully that made some sense.
Yeah, I think I'm tracking your analogy. We'll see. So, you know, we have heard a lot of calls for fully capitalizing the fund. Fully capitalizing the fund would, of course, be ideal. That being said, you're absolutely correct in the sense that if we had a fully capitalized $10 million fund, we are limited in the projects that come forth that would meet the eligibility requirements of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. These projects need to be permanently affordable. And so there are very few developers who are working in that space right now. We hope to expand capacity in that developer pool and have more private developers working in that space as well. But right now, you know, when we're looking at $1 million commitment of expenditure from MRA and TIF funds, and then potentially the seed money of $750,000, that definitely is reaching the higher end of what we would be able to get out the door in eligible projects on an annual basis. There are some benefits to having a more capitalized fund upfront, regardless of what your annual expenditures are. That allows us to plan more carefully in terms of what funds we loan versus what funds we grant, to ensure that we always have a solid corpus or a solid pool of funds to be able to loan and grant out on without having to wait for funds to come back in through loan payments before we can continue to invest in this work. Having a more capitalized fund would also allow us to be poised to jump on opportunities that might present themselves, whether that's land banking or just being able to capitalize on something that falls on our doorstep. That being said, I think fully capitalizing a fund doesn't need to happen in year one. We would be hopeful within the first 3 years that we could see that happen.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. And one last question. You've mentioned in your presentation the request for $75,000 for the mobile crisis response team. council has been supportive of this in terms of the matching funds that we allocated. Kristen Jordan, I know at the county, we've been successful with Kristen and the coalition of folks who have worked on that have been successful with the state grant in getting that. So I'm wondering if you could clarify how that $75,000 investment relates to the match that I recall we committed fairly recently, and just the current status of that grant. And I know that they're out to RFP with, I think, a desired startup time in September, if that's correct.
Yeah, yep, that's accurate. So the Mobile Crisis Team Grant, the state of Montana, was successful. The city of Missoula is matching $75,000. I believe the county has a similar match as well. Total, the complete budget is upwards of just shy of $400,000. And the RFP process has been triggered, and I believe applications will be due soon. There is a hope that an organization, an entity that will operate the mobile crisis team will be selected quickly, and that team will be operational and on the ground within, I believe, about 4 to 6 weeks. That's a very tight timeline. Folks may be able to mobilize that quickly, and that's the hope.
So this 75,000 is in addition to our current match. Sorry to be dense about this, for the next time period, or it is this current match?
This is just memorializing that commitment that City Council made that allowed us to submit the application. This is getting those funds into our budget.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I will go to folks on council. Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Council President von Mossberg. And that you sort of hit on the questioning I had in regard to the mobile crisis unit. So I understand that the 75,000 that is in this new request just kind of provides that match money. My understanding is that grant and the initial phase up program of this is a 10-month program. And so I realize that everyone's crystal balls are not really working these days, but is there a hope that we will get additional grant funding to continue this program, or where with those funds? I think it is an incredibly important investment in our community, and I want to make sure that we're not scrambling at the end of 10 months if somehow granting funding doesn't continue, that we actually have the funds allocated for this to continue to be a permanent tool or a permanent program, I should say, in our community.
Ms. Mayor, did you want to respond? I saw your hand go up.
Sure, thank you. I appreciate that. So the reason this is a 10-month program is that it's a pilot that should allow us to collect some data and understand what we believe will be cost savings throughout the system. And from there, we believe that we can certainly find resources to continue the program. I think our intention here is to get things started, work out the bugs, and then continue whatever partnerships are available to continue to implement or expand. I mean, our sense of things from successes in other communities is that these teams do great work. They temper resources, they relieve pressure in the system, and often lead to better outcomes for folks in crisis. So this is sort of the beginning of the program, and as long as I'm around, I will be advocating, provided that it isn't an epic failure, which I don't imagine it will be. I would continue to advocate for funding.
Thanks. Do you have a quick follow-up, Stacey?
I do, if you wouldn't mind, and it's actually about what the mayor said in regards to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So it's not exactly a follow-up on the original questioning thought, if that's okay.
Go.
Well, I just want to, I understand that it is your intention to kind of do an initial, seeding of it, but I'm wondering kind of where can the public expect to find that in the budgeting documents? I know that people are really paying a lot of attention to that right now, and there's some concern that it currently isn't reflected in the budget requests from the Department of Housing, but that is our intention. So if you could just talk, Mr. Mayor, about where it is folks next week, upon hopefully good news from the Department of Revenue, can expect to find this line item so that they can track it as a part of the.
So Aaron, I don't know, do you have a new request for this?
Yeah, it is reflected as a new request and listed under our department, and it's the request is for a general fund allocation in the amount of $750,000. So that is on the budget website.
Okay, I apologize. I was looking at the wrong set of like overall numbers because I was like, these don't add up to include that number. But thank you. So that is super important to point out, and I appreciate that.
Heidi.
So I just want to, I think, highlight how important I think that the general fund contribution for statewide advocacy that is being brought forth by this department. I think we have a lot of community goals that can be hampered by restrictions that are either put on us or statewide policy that limits what we can do. And I think this is a super important item. And then I just more generally have a question about how we communicate about what this department does and how a lot of the funds that are available really are leveraging funds that make everything else, lots of really big projects possible, whether that's matched with, city funding from a different department or quasi governmental entity or nonprofits. And I guess specifically, I would like to just highlight MRA contributions, one of which happened today, and I'll go to the full council on Monday, which was a $6.6 million purchase of land, which is followed a $1.3 million contribution in June to the Villaggio. And of course, the $1.1 million purchase of the Sleepy Inn, which eventually could, become affordable housing. That adds up to $9 million, and that's not insignificant. And so I guess maybe could you just talk about how those numbers relate?
Yeah, absolutely. And we do have those numbers, Councilmember West, and we can share those with council and also upload those to the budget website as well following this meeting. I think off the top of my head, the best example, two projects that we have recently funded, the Villaggio and the Trinity, which are low income housing tax credits. We have invested combined about $1.6 million in those projects, and those two projects alone have leveraged over $100 million in private investment. Our Brownfields program sees similar results with investments leveraging over $5 million in the Silver Park cleanup work alone. And so I think our programs are really powerful, not just in leveraging other dollars or leveraging local tax dollars, but leveraging true private investment that comes into our community as a direct result of our allocation of funds into those projects that we would not see in our community regardless of that investment. And that is resulting in over 400 units of deed restricted, permanently affordable housing for our community.
Thanks. Heather, and then I'm going to go to public comment.
Brian. Aaron, I may have missed this in your presentation. Sometimes you cut out, but just so that I have a framework in terms of my understandings, you brought forward total requests of roughly $862,000 in one-time requests. And if we could just look at kind of the bigger picture, can you help explain what your total budget is prior to this request so that I have a better understanding of what kind of percentage of an increase this is that you're requesting?
Absolutely. So our total budget is around $2 million. And those funds account for the operations of our programs and account for staffing as well. Quite a bit of that, especially in terms of staffing, is reimbursed by the grant sources that fund our work, like Department of Housing and Urban Development and the Environmental Protection Agency. But that accounts for the operation of all of our initiatives and for the community-based organization investments that we make in our partnerships with Partnership Health Center, Climate Smart Missoula, Home Resource, and others. Additionally, we have anywhere between 1.7 and 2.5 million that flows through our office from those grant sources. That is not articulated on our baseline budget because those are special revenue funds, and those funds have to be spent on the specific activity that those grants dictate. So when you take those funds into account, that does grow our budget dramatically, but again, isn't reflected because those are special revenues that are not part of our baseline budget.
Okay. And if I could just succinctly state, your total request based upon the non-federal dollars of roughly 2 million. So we're looking at about a 43% increase over our normal budgeted amount. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that context.
Thanks. I'm going to go to some folks in the waiting room for public comment. Hello, phone number ending in 8489. 8489. Did you wish to provide public comment?
Yes, my name is Mackenzie Cole. I'm Ward 1, longtime Missoula community member, calling in support of budget increases for housing. I think it's ridiculous that we currently spend nearly $20 million on police who create more problems than they solve, and that we have a clear opportunity here to do more for people and help those police calls that the Missoula City Police are so happy to point to go down by decreasing homelessness and helping provide housing for community members in need. I did hear that there's only so much they can do with a budgetary increase in housing, but I'd like to see what they do with it and strongly encourage you all to find ways to fund the housing and development portion of our city over Missoula City Police.
Thanks for your public comment. I'm admitting phone number ending 9781 and phone number ending 9781. Would you like to provide public comment?
Yes, I would.
You are live.
Oh, I may be in the wrong meeting then.
No, you're in the right one. There's an unfortunate audio delay. It sounds like from whatever source you're tracking the meeting, it can be 10 seconds delay. So
okay, shoot, I had hung up earlier because of that. Okay, my name is Erin Shaw, and I am actually speaking on behalf of or support of Ninkpata Park. And I live on Artemis and Crestline, just the corner there. So my entire fence line would be right up against the park. And I can speak for the neighborhood of children, over 20 kids right in the block that would border the park, that we all are in favor of it. I know that there's 5 to 10 other kids who come, and walk around on our flat area up there in the South Hills, because we're the only road that's pretty flat up there, to play as well. So having a park in our backyard would be wonderful. Someone already spoke to this, but our kids do play back there right now, and there are forts back there that are unsightly and probably kind of dangerous. I guess my kids aren't back there as much, but it is a big open space that would benefit the community up there.
Thank you very much. And I apologize at the beginning. Did you mention your name?
Yes, Erin Shaw.
Thank you. I forgot. Thanks for your patience.
No worries. Yep. Thank you.
Yeah. And admitting phone number ending in 2473. 2473, 2473, you should be unmuted now.
Hi.
Hi, you're live for public comment.
Awesome. Thank you. This is Sam Duncan again, live in the Heart of Missoula neighborhood. And yeah, I'm just calling to speak in support of increased funding to the housing and community development budget. And I would just, a few things that are on my mind in terms of opportunities are to make it an ongoing commitment of $75,000 a year to the mobile crisis response team. And also recognizing that most communities that have successful mobile crisis response units also have a crisis stabilization site. And I recognize that we're not going to be able to have one of those in this fiscal year, but it would be great to also have a commitment to looking into the establishment of a crisis stabilization site going forward, knowing that we don't only need to improve or increase affordable housing stock, we also need to increase supportive services. And in line with that, I think it would be really amazing if the city would support 0.5 FTEs, I would say like 4 of them, to hire more housing navigators and to place them in agencies such as the Missoula Food Bank and Community Center that are zero barrier. And so you do not have to meet these organizational standards for who can use these services. And I know the food bank would be very excited to house housing navigators. I'd also be curious about the city deciding to match FEMA funds for winter shelter. I know that the requests for proposals are often far outreach the amount of need in this community, and it would be amazing to earmark, $20,000 to $30,000 for housing specific needs in relation to winter shelter. And I think that's all I have. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Admitting phone number ending in 5678 and 5678, you should be unmuted now.
Hi, yes, this is Matt Larson, Ward 3 University District, lifelong resident of Missoula. I would like to also voice my support for redirecting funds towards community-based initiatives. The presentation is very interesting from Aaron Pian. And I've also seen the presentation on the Affordable Housing Trust Fund from Montana Jones. I think there's still a lot of questions to be answered about this, particularly how it's funded, considering some of the federal housing tax dollars will not be applied to this Affordable Housing Trust Fund. I would like to hear from anybody about the new mechanisms in which we're funding this trust fund, because all the ones listed in every presentation that I've seen are not new. They are pre-existing methods of collecting revenue to put into the trust fund. I also think that it's interesting that we cite all these projects that are being done prior to the creation of the existence of this Affordable Housing Trust Fund. I think that speaks to the superfluousness of this fund. If we need it, then why are we completing these projects already without it? The appearance of this is lip service, I believe, again, to the public of Missoula. And I think that's reflected in its quote unquote citizen advisory committee and how it's appointed by the mayor, the president of the city council, and the leader of this new Affordable Housing Trust Fund, who is yet to be unnamed. I also think that it's indicative of the intent of this $10 million fund when you look at the amount of money that it's going to cost the city just to quote unquote manage the fund, which is 8%. Again, we don't know who that's going to go to or what they'll actually be doing, besides just cutting checks to the projects that the city council and the mayor believe are in the best interest of Missoula.
Mr. Larson, I need you to wrap it up so we can get to additional public comment.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, that's the consensus that I have. I'm fully in support of the mental health crisis unit, but again, I think that there's huge holes in our budget that exist right now that need to be rethought and retooled so that they better reflect the community's desires and the greater good for the community as a whole. Thank you for your time. Thanks for your service. Goodbye.
And I have one more person before we'll move to our next department presentation. It's admitting phone number ending in 9147. 9147, you should be unmuted now. Can you hear us? So this is phone number ending in 9147. You're live for public comment.
Hi, thanks. This is Michael Workman, Ward 3. I'm just calling in support of reallocating funds from the Missoula Police Department into affordable housing and also into crisis intervention. Although I'm excited to see that there is funding for mental health crisis intervention, it's obviously not enough. And so I'd like to see some more radical redistribution of those funds into more initiatives for community safety. So thank you.
Thank you. I've got one additional person and then we'll move on. Phone number ending in 1039. 1039, you should be unmuted now. Hi, phone number ending in 1039, you're live for public comment.
Hi, hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry. My name is Leticia Romero. I was just calling I wanted to say why there's a lot of need for mental health services here in Missoula. I just wanted to quickly share an experience I had. Last month, a young woman walked in my front door. It was unlocked and into my backyard. She was in didn't know where she was. I think she wanted a ride to Billings, and obviously in the state, I just didn't know how to help her. She didn't have any belongings or anything like that. And I called the Poverello Center, and then they said, well, we can't come out there, we can't do anything. And they're like, why didn't you call the crisis number? And I forget what number that was, but I went ahead and did that. And then and then they told me, well, you need to call 911 and have some officers out there to assess the situation. I was like, well, she's really super nice. Like, she just doesn't know where she is. She's obviously disoriented, and I also have a family too at home, so I had to kind of also keep the safety of her, of the young woman and my family. And so, but anyways, basically, there was nobody else I could call, and so I ended up calling 911 because they're like, well, maybe you can get a paramedic out there. And so I called 911, and then first people that show up are police officers. And by then, the young lady had ended up walking down the block to the gas station, and I walked out there, and I saw 3 police officer cars had kind of driven up to the side and kind of did an L block around her. And but anyway, so they're talking to her, and thankfully nothing happened as far as any kind of escalation or anything like that. But that just looked really threatening and intimidating, to any person. And so they ended up taking her on an ambulance. But anyways, that was my experience as far as as a person sitting, living here in Missoula, what number to call besides 911 to help somebody in distress. And that's able to help them, that it's in that profession, not law enforcement, who's there to do, to deal with so-called crime, which there was none. But anyways, that's all. I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Monroe. Okay, we are at the top of the hour, a little bit behind schedule. Appreciate the public comment. We're going to move on to the next. I'm not going to take the recess I'd planned for. So please feel free, if you need to, folks that are participating, to do what you need to do to get a glass of water or something like that, just the same way you would if we were meeting in person. But we're going to move to the second area, which I believe is fleet and equipment. Lee, is that correct?
That is correct.
And
Scott Caldwell is here to present, and I'm going to pull up his documents.
Thanks. And Scott, can we get you unmuted?
I think I'm unmuted now.
You are.
Okay. Scott Caldwell, Fleet Maintenance Manager, City of Missoula, Central Services. So I'm just going to jump right into my new requests here. So the first document see here is my first request, and this is just a baseline adjustment. The city fleet department, our fleet maintenance department, is our goal is to provide timely and cost-effective repairs to the city of Missoula's fleet, which is extensive and is increasing all the time. And over the last 3 years, we've seen a substantial increase in the fleet size, and we've continued to see that increase over the last number of years. We continue to see more FTEs coming in, and which, as you've already stated, in the snowplow segment of your last speed area, your last section was that you have to have the drivers with the snowplow operators, and when we add people, we have to add equipment, we have to add that maintenance to that equipment. And on top of that, we've also seen, just like in every other sector of our economy, we've seen an increase in price for filters and lubrications and just standard maintenance products. So this first baseline adjustment here is just to increase my 220 account and my 230 account to hopefully overcome some of those shortfallings in funding. My 220 account and my 230 account, these are what I pay for oils and filters and those types of things out of. And this fund hasn't seen an increase other than just contractual obligation increases. It hasn't seen an increase for at least 8 years. So over the last 8 years, we've seen the margins, I guess, on this budget continue to deplete, and I guess we're pretty much at a breaking point here this year, and just with the increase in fleet and those types of things. So for my 220 account, I'm asking for a $5,000 increase, and my 230 account, I'm asking for a $5,450 increase to cover just general expenses, and again, oil, filters, and the increase that we see just in the cost of those things. And then my second one, my second, let me get to that page here. My second one is just again, the fleet maintenance department has a union. It has a union. It's a union department, and so they have the ability to negotiate their wage and their benefits. And some of these benefits are clothing allowance, tool allowance, and those types of things. And so I bring these things to you guys when we see those contract obligations come up. So The first part of that is in the 220 account tool allowance. So I have 8 mechanics, and the increase was $20 a piece this year in their tool allowance. So that's $160 increase. And the next one's clothing allowance, 8 mechanics at $10 a piece. You know, these are all pretty small numbers, but when you add them up, they all it adds up to a bigger number. And in a small budget, you kind of have to keep on top of it. So the next line down, so last year we actually added FTE, 1 FTE, and these contractual obligations were not added into that FTE. So I need to add those this year. And that's, so the first one is the clothing allowance for the FTE. It just says FTE on the document for some reason, but it's actually clothing allowance for FTE. And that was $240. The tool allowance for an FTE, that's $870. And coveralls for an FTE, that's $480 a year. And prescription safety glasses is $400 a year. So the total ongoing request for this request is $2,230. That's all I have on new requests.
Thank you, Scott. I was muted. It's a good opportunity to just remind folks that all of the presentations and requests are being populated as departments present on the FY 2021 preliminary budget site. You can see the prior adopted budgets on the left below that, and Scott's items were there under fleet maintenance. Are you also, Scott, talking to equipment replacement schedule or any of the other items there?
I am, yes. Okay. I just wanted to pause to see if there was any questions on the new requests.
Not seeing anyone from folks, so you can go ahead.
Okay. So Lee, we can go ahead and move to the equipment replacement schedule. There you go. Okay, so as you can see, this document, it's broken down into different fleet or different departments. And there's some of those areas that are grayed out. If you look at those, this document speaks to future replacements. And in some of these departments, you'll see this goes out until 2037 or 2038. So this document in WDesk is actually quite extensive and is broken down and really shows how we try to replace the fleet in a timely manner, but also in an economical and feasible way. So if we just take off right from the top, it says development services, and it shows that there's the Jeep Liberty and the Chevy Impala and the Ford Escape. They will be replaced this year in this document, obviously, if it's approved. And then it shows the estimated debt service for each of those vehicles. When you look at these different vehicles, the smaller vehicles like the Jeeps and the Chevys and the Fords, they have I believe it's a 3-year debt service. And so you'll see some of those things that have they have a payoff or a yearly debt service of $5,867 or whatever it might be. But then there's others that show a higher debt service, like the Ford Escape, that has the same replacement value. So that just determined that says one probably has a 5-year replacement and the other one has a 3-year replacement. And so as we go through that list, you can just keep that in mind of that's what you're looking at, is that that estimated debt service, what that payoff would be per year. Okay, so the first one is development services. There's, again, 3 vehicles in development services that are due this year. That Jeep Liberty, the Chevy Impala, and the Ford Escape, those things won't leave our fleet. We have fleets that are in a whole lot, or we have departments that have their fleets in a whole lot worse shape than development services fleets. So what we will do is we will replace these vehicles in development services, and we'll drop these vehicles into other departments, maybe like parks or just other departments that need these vehicles. And one of the things we're actually seeing with COVID-19, this pandemic that's going around, is that we are seeing we have rules now that we can't ride together. We can't have two people riding in vehicles. So without masks and proper PPE and those types of things. So what we're really seeing is we're seeing a really thinning of the fleet, and so to speak, trying to get one person per one vehicle. And we just don't have that many vehicles. So I'm foreseeing that as these vehicles come out of the fleet, there's going to be a pretty substantial pool of people looking for vehicles for their department. So I can't give you directly where these things are going to go, but I get calls weekly people asking me for vehicles for departments. So I think people in these departments are going to see these vehicles being replaced, and they're going to be giving me calls saying I'm grabbing that one. So I want to remind everybody also that these all these are replacement. These aren't new requests. This is on a replacement schedule. These vehicles are actually currently in our fleet, and we're replacing them. So in the fleet maintenance department, we have 2 rotary just vehicle lifts that need to be replaced. These things we have one that's close to 30 years old, and you have the other one that's 20 years old. They're well past their prime. Shop air compressors here. We've had multiple motors go out on the shop air compressors, and we had one pump go out here this last year. So we're in need of shop air compressors. The Olympian Cat, that's actually the generator you see down at City Hall. And that has been moved from year to year here for the last couple of years. And in specific, the reason it's been moved, it's been bumped up every year is because we don't know exactly what we're going to do with City Hall. So we don't know as we want to put a brand new generator down at City Hall and take this one out. So this one's just kind of is sitting in the standby mode until we figure out what we're going to do. And then we have this Chevy 1-ton, which is our service truck. And it says a Chevy 1-ton, and you can see that number of $75,000. Well, again, with our fleet increasing the way it has, and we've seen a lot more heavy equipment, specifically over at Garden City Compost, that we are actually in need of a bigger service truck. A 1-ton service truck doesn't do much when you're talking about a 50-gallon oil change. It doesn't last very well. It doesn't hold that kind of oil very well either. So that's what that's going through fleet maintenance. Again, as you go down through, you'll see a lot of gray. Next one is the police department. We have a Buick LaCrosse, Chevy van. That's the Chevy van. The Buick LaCrosse is, I believe that's in Detective. The van is actually in for the I forget what the name of it is. They use it for over at Catlin for their department stuff over there. Ford Taurus is also a Detective. You see the Dodge Chargers here, and if you look at those Dodge Chargers, you see that there's actually increase this year of $15,000 per Dodge Charger, and that's because they're not making the Dodge Chargers right now. They stopped making the Dodge Chargers halfway through this last year, and so they are retooling to remake them, but we can't actually get them right now. So we are actually having to replace with Ford Explorers in the Interceptor package, which increases the price. So that's why you see an increase this year. Buck and I actually, or Robert Robold and I talked about this earlier, and he asked if he needed to increase all of those down the road, but that just depends on what we can get in the sedan later on. And so that's where we're at right there. And then the Chevy Impala, and then the Ford F-150, both of those are in the detective department or in admin department. And then the next fleet is fire. I don't speak much to fire. They usually do their own replacement, but there you can see their replacement of one type 1, one type 6, and then their cataract tubes and trailer. Public Works. So this has street department, science shop, comm shop, a number of different departments in it. Fairly small list for them this year, to be honest with you. So they have a plate compactor, an asphalt whacker, a sander. We have to replace the sanders that go on the back of the dump trucks on a pretty regular basis. The 8-inch Edco grinder. This is what you see the guys around City Hall doing, grinding concrete, grinding the sidewalks and making sidewalks flat and that kind of stuff. Have to replace that. The Elgin Broom Bear, all I can really say to that is that all is dependent on CMAQ funds. That $33,550 is actually our 14% match. So if there's any CMAQ funds available, we will go after getting another Broom Bear. But if not, then that'll just be put on, that'll extend out for further years. And then the last one's a GMC Sierra. That's just for operations for $45,000. Trying to get to the next one. So the next one is parks. So you see 3 pickup trucks there for parks and 4 trailers there. 3 of those trailers are raft trailers for being able to carry rafts, and then the other one is a big trailer that they use for hauling big equipment. So wastewater, you see an Alec trailer and an International 4900. Both of those are actually, it says wastewater, but those are actually carryovers from Garden City Compost. And if you've ever looked at their trucks and trailers and that kind of stuff, they are in drastic need of replacement. But as of right now, just by talking to Jason, it doesn't sound like he wants to replace these, but they are on the replacement schedule, and just in case. So that's kind of where we're at on those ones. Stormwater doesn't have any replacements this year. Cemetery has a Kubota and a Case 580. That's a backhoe, the Case, and then the Kubota is just a side-by-side utility vehicle. And then the last one is building department. They have the Jeep Patriot and Nissan Frontier. Again, those 2 vehicles won't be coming out of our fleet. They'll be dropped into a lesser role in a different department, most likely.
Scott, there's no estimated debt service on a couple of these. I should be tracking why, but can you explain why?
So building department and wastewater, cemetery, and water department, which I actually skipped that one. That's the last one. All of those are enterprise funds. So being enterprise funds, they pay for their own debt service, and a lot of times they just pay for these straight out. They don't even go into debt service. So it's not into the estimated debt service.
Great. And Lee, I see you raising your hand, and I don't know if you were reading my mind. It would be a great opportunity to yet again give your quick primer on debt service as a part of CIP.
Sure. Yes, and I did just want to let you know also that some of the enterprises do have cash in hand in their funds to pay for equipment outright, and occasionally they do finance those as well, but we don't have those reflections in there just now. When we present on the CIP on the 12th and do a big wrap up, one of the things we will do is we're going to show you where that debt service actually is reflected in operating budgets. So debt service is reflecting in operating budgets. You will often see it in a department's operating budget, a line item for both principal and interest. And we'll show you where their operating budget lines up with their respective capital projects, including debt service.
Thank you. I think one of the things that's important for folks to understand is we don't make full purchases prices, out of the general fund, for instance, or something every year for full tag on equipment. So appreciate that. Scott, did I cut you off accidentally?
You did not, no.
So you're done?
Yeah, the only other one was water department down there. And I mean, that's pretty self-explanatory. They have a number of vehicles that are up for replacement. Again, water department's kind of like Garden City Compost. Their vehicles when they came on, when we purchased the water department, their vehicles were in pretty bad shape. And I'm pretty proud of the work we've done in getting their vehicles up and running and keeping them running so far, and actually being able to purchase some new vehicles and getting them into better vehicles so that they're not breaking down.
Great.
I guess. Okay, parking commissions below that, and it's a go for. One of their parking enforcement vehicles is due for service.
That's
now
it.
I'm done.
All right. Lee, anything else within that department that we need to cover?
No, not at the moment. We will cover that a bit again on the 12th with the entire CIP wrap up.
Okay. Are we at a separation point then, ready to, I'm not seeing any questions from council members. Certainly, I will recognize you if you have one. Otherwise, I think we are slated to then move to parks. Is that correct? Okay, so what I'd like to do then is recess for until 2:30, just 7 minutes from now. Give folks a break. This is a long afternoon slot, and I deleted our earlier pause. So with that, feel free to, if you want to mute and turn off your camera, we will reconvene. Please be back promptly at to reconvene at 2:30. Hello, Donna.
Hi, Brian. How are you?
My standard response to that is, how does one answer that question during a pandemic?
Yeah, you know,
I hope you are well.
I have been. I've been very lucky that way. But boy, yeah, every day is like you're new on the job.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll give a minute here for folks. We're still broadcasting, and I'm going to give a minute for folks to come back. I also want to say thanks for the very quick response regarding Juanita's question about the mural over at Van Buren. I know you have a million things going on, and I know I often ask you down in the weeds questions, and I appreciate how responsive you always are.
We're usually there right in the weeds with everybody else. Brian, can everybody see my screen now?
Yeah, your screen is being shared.
Okay.
And let me double check, Donna. Bear with me a sec. Yeah, so we can see yours, and we are scheduled to go to 4:30. I think we had budgeted 90 minutes for parks, but I feel like we're on where we were supposed to be from a budgeted standpoint. So
Yeah, I think we'll be fine, and I will probably go through things rather quickly. And of course, Ryan is on board for any details.
okay, I'm gonna quickly check. I see council members back. So I think we're ready to go. There might be one or two more that will come back. And just for the record, I'm not sure if I mentioned it before, but Ms. Vasica and Ms. Anderson are here and have been here. So let's just make sure that's properly noted. And with that, Donna, I'll turn it over to you.
All right. Well, thank you. I really appreciate this opportunity to present to City Council. We've obviously been really busy, like everyone else, living in a new environment and doing our very best to create a new normal, if you will, under pandemic circumstances. So we've learned a lot in the last several months. Parks and Recreation has been incredibly valuable to our residents, whether it's making movement toward greater equity and greater inclusion, or building resiliency as a community and as a local environment. And then especially during COVID, and I'll share some information with you on that. We've had a whirlwind of experiences and immense use. We have made some changes within the department to better prepare ourselves for addressing opportunities and challenges. And we're going to tell you all about recreation and how we've been focusing there. And right now I'm just trying to switch my page. There we go. So nationally, there's immense local support for Parks and Recreation, and it's across age groups, it's across household types, it's across economic stratifications, and it's even across political affiliation. 7 in 10 Americans go to their parks, and in Missoula, it's actually closer to 9 out of 10. 83% feel they benefit, 92% say that parks are well worth the investment. 4 out of 5 say, continue to invest in them. And the primary priorities or benefits range from conservation and stewardship to health and wellness to social equity. During COVID-19, we were contacted by the University of Montana to ask about impacts to Parks and Recreation. It was really interesting. If you think about it on any given weekend, during the spring, there's approximately 20,000 people engaged in some sort of sporting activity in Missoula. Well, we weren't able to do team sports. Furthermore, swimming pools, fitness clubs were closed. Schools were closed except for remote learning, and our great outdoors became critical to individuals' mental health. We saw families doing their remote learning on public lands and in parks. We saw multi-generational hikes. We received endless comments about, thank goodness for Parks and Recreation, because I can access those trails, we can visit the park, we have green spaces nearby. Bikes in our community and across the nation have sold out. All kinds of recreational equipment has sold out. People are investing in their mental and physical health in a huge way in the out of doors during the COVID pandemic. Like not seen for a really long time. There's a huge resurgence back to public lands and parks during the recession. And this has just totally amplified people's view of their public lands. There have been costs to us as a community in trying to provide this mental health. And I really do believe that first and foremost, it has been a mental health benefit, as well as physical health and just a safe place to go. I can't tell you how many comments we received simply for what I call our Burma Shave sign lineup on conservation lands and along trails about, what are COVID, transmission prevention best strategies. And they would see those signs and, how do I stay on a trail and pass safely? Well, other things that we heard from our community as reopening began is we need places for our kids to go. We want to play sports. We need that social interaction. Our community needs these economic generators, and we absolutely need childcare so I can go back to work. And so we worked really closely with the entire reopening group. And it was a huge cross dimension of people from businesses, the various backgrounds from the Interfaith Collaborative and the broader impact-based groups. We had a large number of people, including health professionals, help us with reopening guidelines. And from those guidelines, Parks and Recreation applied what we learned locally along with the governor's orders. We worked really closely with our health officer and continually studying CDC and all of the various research, because every day we were learning something new. Through that process, we made decisions to go ahead and offer summer camps. We changed those in a significant way. And we have done pretty well. So the summer camp chart is over on your right. And the green line shows you the fiscal year 19 net income, so revenue less expenses. And the blue line shows you the fiscal year 20. The far right is the end of year contribution. Our youth programs are generally about, we range from a 60 to 80% cost recovery. We do offer some programs that are entrepreneurial in nature with the intent of making sure that every family can have access to programs, even if they can afford nothing. And so you'll see that most of the revenue comes in the spring, and then most of the funds are expended in the summer, obviously. And we had a little bit of a dip. This demonstrates where we had to close a number of our spring program services because of the closures, because of the shelter in place. But then we've come back pretty strong, and most of our day camp related programs have been running at about 85% capacity. Significant turnover, so it took a lot of effort by staff, but there has been an immense number of positive comments received from parents. We're having great success with our own sport leagues. We have applied a number of COVID-specific rules to make sure that people are safe. And our leagues are recreational in nature. They're intended for wellness and socialization. They're not highly competitive. And so people have been more than willing to stay safe and play. We even opened aquatics, and aquatics has been much more challenging. The 50-meter pool, fairly easy to open, but capacity is an incredibly difficult thing to manage. We can only allow cohorts of 50 at a time. And so we have all registered for swimming, including open swim. And we take in 50 at a time between the splash pond and lazy river, and then another approximately about 50 in the lake. And that turns over about every 90 minutes. We're doing the same sort of thing at Currents. And again, numerous appreciative comments, residents saying things like, I never thought we'd get to use our pools, and not only do we get to use them, but I feel safe there. And it's incredibly important to my physical and mental health. And I wanted to share that with everybody just because I have always believed that it's in parks that so many people find their place, their gift, what they can contribute back, and how they stay well. And the other thing I've always loved about parks, and obviously why I'm in the profession, is parks hopefully knows no color, no economic stratification or other dimension of diversity. Some of our department highlights, we have been very focused on working with a number of groups and individuals on not only being welcome and encouraging, but going to individuals and organizations and learning how we can be better in our efforts to be inclusionary and to provide greater equity. And I will talk about that a little bit more in different areas. We've been very active at the health equity table, the climate resiliency table. We've offered a trails summit in cooperation with Five Valleys Land Trust and the various land trusts across the West on accessibility for all. Our COVID-19 response, I just covered that. It's been a challenge keeping everybody safe, but we feel good about that work. We feel really assured, and we're really hopeful that we'll get all the way through summer, and we're now preparing for what a pandemic looks like indoors, when we all know that's not where we want to be. And then we were able, over the course of the last year, to update our park and rec ordinances, which I think also address many of these things and help us provide better, safer parks for all. And we've gone through a restructuring. And what that does is we are trying to align ourselves better with all of the city council and community adopted plans, acknowledge the trends that exist, including those that are caused by a pandemic, and prepare ourselves to address the many challenges and opportunities that are before us by how we're structured, how we can make ourselves available to the public, how we can assist with virtually, well, at least most initiatives, all the way to including housing and all of the related initiatives with reaching home. Department-wide, we continue to expand efforts and apply best practices related to green infrastructure, climate resiliency, equity, and inclusion. Our budget, the Parks and Recreation Department budget, is approximately $7.47 million in fiscal year 20. We are anticipating a approximate 4% increase, which is generally without new requests, which is based on those baseline things of contractual wage increases. There's been some equity wage increases, and then a bit of restructuring. We have not changed our FTEs, just reorganized ourselves to try and be more effective, more efficient, and more forward thinking. A little bit of a background, operations accounts for the greatest part of our budget, the orange piece of the pie, if you will, and that includes maintenance and operations of urban forestry, conservation lands, greenways and horticulture, developed parks, and of course Fort Missoula, which the county contributes to. And then administrative includes myself and our open space acquisitions and landscape architects and design and construction folks, long-range planning, and support development services. And then recreation includes all the programs we offer ourselves, special events, and all permittings, rentals, and support delivered to the public so they can host their own events and tournaments. We applying the city and park board strategic goals. We looked at our department in 4 major categories of safety and wellness, and used these safety and wellness, equity and access, environmental quality, any impact readiness. We use these, I'm sorry, let me see if I can get, I may take a moment here to back up. There we go. It's working for me now. We use these to help us rank and score, prioritize each of the requests. So under safety and wellness, of course, is it mandated? Does it help us with crime prevention through environmental design? Is the facility or the place itself safe? And then are the programs and services we're offering enhancing individual and or community physical and mental health in some way? In equity and access, what we're really trying to do is obviously we want to meet code, things like the Americans with Disabilities Act, but also we need to better meet the needs of the underserved, reduce barriers, make sure that we're reaching out to every population. And again, create a place that's for everybody. And I provided some real simple examples, and these are obviously park and rec examples of equality versus equity. But we've been going through a lot of effort within our department, from simple things like changing forms and applications and registrations, as well as all the way to programming, how we think about design around the idea of equality versus equity, meaning we have 3 boxes, if you will, that are our resources, and we can use those boxes in different ways to achieve equity or equal opportunity for success. In environmental quality, again, some really cool projects going on, and I'll talk a little bit more about that when I get into Morgan Valiant's area, who is our conservation lands manager and now our ecosystem services manager. We've combined our urban forestry program and conservation lands and are working extensively with public works utilities on all of the opportunities for green infrastructure, as well as our many partners throughout the community. And then of course, impact and readiness. Are we partnering? Are we taking the greatest advantage of resources and delivering the greatest value to our public, to our residents? Ecosystem services now is made up of conservation lands, urban forestry, and of course that includes a lot of our open space acquisitions. So some of our highlights were, again, our involvement in the Climate Ready Action Plan, Rattlesnake Dam, which good news is the side channel is opening up tonight so that we can continue work and make that connection. And the habitat up there is pretty unique. And this is a super exciting project because it was made possible by Missoula acquiring Missoula Water and the wonderful partnership that Public Works, Utilities, and Parks and Recreation has around the idea of green infrastructure and service to our public.
Donna, I may have to stop you there. I saw Julie perk up, and I certainly had the same reaction. That's exciting. You said the side channel opens up tonight.
Tonight.
Nice. Something to celebrate.
And up there, those folks are working very fast, very efficiently, and it's a project that has cost minimal dollars for the results. We did acquire the Bluebird property, which is a nice piece, as all of you know, in North Hills toward the Grand Creek side. We did adopt a new open space plan, which I'm so happy to note that all of these values are within that plan. All the values I've been discussing. And then of course we have some major open space bond projects that have certainly been delayed because of the pandemic, but we are slowly working our way back to what we call the new normal. Certainly not the same pace that we prefer to be at because things do take longer, but we're getting better at it. And some of those projects will be hitting the ground construction-wise by first thing next spring. So other 2021 goals, we do hope this winter to engage in an extensive evaluation, if you will, of ideal locations for river access and river restoration along the Clark Fork. We will start construction during fiscal year 21, and hopefully all but finish it for a universal path on top of Waterworks Hill. We have very few universal paths that give you that kind of view of the valley. Our reforestation is really focused on our oldest forest and generally in areas where we're trying to improve equity because we know that the forest canopy is directly related to physical and mental health of the residents who live there. And then, of course, we've been slower than we had hoped in implementing the conservation and stewardship mill levy. We have been plugging away, and I will dive into that a little bit deeper in the next slides. So here we are, conservation and stewardship mill levy, valued at about $566,000, and we kept those same values for fiscal year 21. And we've been purchasing some of the rolling stock, working with Scott, that's necessary as the metaphors have been flowing. You need the right equipment for the right number of people to get the right jobs done that make the greatest impact. And we also have been able to set aside, and this was a request of council members and our partners at Five Valleys, Clark Fork Coalition, and many others, is can we set aside lands for future major reclamation projects, future emergencies, if you will, future acquisitions, so that we continue to build a fund. And so we've been able to build a fund this year of $180,000. We hope to add 130 to that next year. It won't always stay quite this high. Our long-term goal is to retain a 10 to 15%. But because we are stepping into implementation of the mill levy slowly, because we've always believed it's more important to do things well and do them successfully and get high quality than to jump in and not have those results. But the positive thing of that is we've been able to set aside more funds to build that initial fund for future projects and acquisitions. We will, the fiscal year 21 does show us implementing the conservation lands mill levy plan that was presented to City Council. I believe it was late March of 2019. And that resolution was very strongly supported by council, the community, and the partners. And so we will continue to implement that over a 3-year plan. So the enhancements related to that include the baseline adjustments for a research coordinator and for the maintenance tech assistant, and I'm sorry, for some supplies and purchase services and the research coordinator. We were able to advance one of our employees, Clancy, to specialist, and he has truly been a huge asset to our department, doing much of the research on outdoor access during coronavirus. And then he and Meg developed the ambassador program that was super effective. And so we're seeing good results already. Whoops, sorry, wrong way. What I'd like to do next is jump into CIP. So the way we've set this up is the Parks and Recreation Department obviously has multiple large divisions, and we do significant planning with multiple nonprofits, user groups, associations, neighborhood councils, and HOAs. And so we felt it might be easier if we went from budget to CIP in each area, so you could see the whole picture by division, and I'll have a summary at the end. So related to updates from our CIP, we are hoping to wrap up the Bellevue and Syringa bike parks very shortly as our phase 1, and both parks do have phase 2, Syringa, and you'll see those coming forward. Rattlesnake Dam removal, we've touched on that. Hellgate Park is a nice little neighborhood park in Hellgate Canyon. We installed a little dog park at their request. They do have a master plan, and there's some other improvements related to trails, river access, vegetation, and parking that we hope to do working with them. the Waterworks Hill Trailhead. And so what you're seeing is the amount that was approved prior, and then the balance. So the whole project was, if you will, approved by council in fiscal year 20, but only a portion of the funds were actually set aside or assessed, and then the balance in fiscal year 21 would be assessed more when the funds are going to be used. And we continue to work very closely with finance on these exact figures. So if you want to know the total project, you simply add those two numbers. South Hills Spur, we're still working on some trailhead and rehab of the road and removal of electric boxes up there. And those are one of those projects that got delayed. Clark Fork Repairing and Restoration, again, going out for qualifications of design professionals. Open space acquisitions, we have continued to work on open space acquisitions, and hopefully by shortly after budget adoption, we would love to come back to council and update you on open space. That's obviously been a slow process during this time, but we are making progress on various parcels that could extend the Milwaukee Trail System, and that continue to address important cornerstones that the community has valued for many, many years. And then, of course, we want to update our conservation trailheads because we know that's the last best place to communicate with our public on how to maintain these lands. In urban forestry, what we are requesting is an ecosystems laborer that would work both in urban forestry and in conservation lands and with public works utilities, stormwater, in plant propagation, plant installation, plant care, so that we can take advantage of more green infrastructure, which is less expensive, helps us better meet our goals related to climate strategies, conservation, climate resiliency, creates more green spaces, and achieves all the goals that are important in managing stormwater and in providing green spaces. And with that, coupled with that, really, would love to get a water truck that's appropriate size. It's baffled. So those of you who are used to Forest Service work, it's like a water tender, because we'll be planting many, many trees with the reforestation program and with the nursery program with stormwater, and having a way to water during weeks like this is pretty important to that investment. And then, of course, just reminding folks that this is the general obligation open space bond related to reforestation, and the map with the yellow shows all of the areas where we would be planting the trees. Develop parks and trails. So part of our restructure is we, in essence, ended the greenways and horticulture program, though it still appears in your budget documents and is still being used for tracking. But we folded greenways and horticulture, which is trails and the various beds that you see all over town, like right in front of City Hall, for example, or in Front and Main, and in numerous other places across the community. And combining those, rather than having a team do all of the trails and accumulate all those miles and go to all those beds, we're trying to work those into our districts. And so there's been a lot of challenges as we do that, but we really believe it'll be a much more effective and efficient way to, if you will, reshuffle the same deck of resources and see if we can eke out just a little bit more. Some of our overall highlights in developed parks and trails, including design work, has been the Downtown North Riverside Parks and Trails Master Plan. That'll be coming before City Council in late September, early October. We entered into a long-term agreement for use of West Side Park in partnership with Missoula County Public Schools at Lowell Elementary. And we are raising funds. And to date, very excited. Recently, we received a $200,000 foundation grant in partnership with NMCDC and their efforts, largely led by Heidi. And we will be moving into phase 1 construction to get a preschool playground in and make the park safer, more usable and functional for all of the neighbors, including the students. We added playgrounds at Rose Park and 44 Ranch, thanks to City Council and thanks to a Kaboom grant. We have new master plans and working with neighborhoods on Whitaker, Ninkapata, and Redfern, and Council heard some comments on Ninkapata earlier today. Very much needed flat parcel in the Farviews Patty Canyon area. All of their parks are pretty much on side slopes, not a lot of space for active types of sports or picnicking as a group. Bike Skills parks have been a huge hit. I can't tell you how many folks are taking their little ones even on Strider bikes to burn that energy when they had to be with their kids all day long. I got to talk to a grandparent that could be happier. Fort Missoula Regional Park has provided an important role to both recreation and tourism, even during COVID. Obviously, we haven't been able to hold those huge sports tournaments, but it's been a wonderful place to spread out. And a number of organizations have taken advantage of the shelters to have outdoor safe meetings. Realignment, we've been working with all of our peers and partners within the city to do a better job of delivery of services to development and permitting. And then, of course, the Russell Street walkability and equity improvements are immense. And there's a drawing of those. And if you had opportunity to enjoy the ribbon cutting or get to visit it, it's a pretty sweet place to be, even as a pedestrian. So now we look forward to Higgins Avenue improvements and the incredible opportunities that could provide for access to green space, for engagement, and for increasing the capacity and the year-round use, and a takeoff on the Higgins Avenue improvements because they're about walkability, bikeability, and delivery of services through cargo, et cetera. These will be huge to our entire downtown. We hope to implement first stages of not only the downtown North Riverside Parks and Trails plan, but the downtown master plan. We continue to hope to do more and more in cyclical and deferred maintenance, like all infrastructure across the country and in Missoula. The infrastructure is aging, it's cracking, it's failing, it's leaking, and we need to make sure we're staying on top of it to the best of our ability. It's been a challenge for us to balance both development goals and resident goals. We find that we lose one of our landscape architects, Neil, and one of our key lead forestry specialists, Marie, about 3/4 of each of their time to development questions, reviews, and comments. And so you'll see an ask later related to that. Of course, we are heavily involved in the Mullen Area Master Plan as it relates to parks, ag lands, connectivity, the long-range transportation plan, the build efforts. And then we are working very closely with City Public Works and Engineering on design standards. Parks and Recreation already has design standards for infrastructure that we maintain, and we want to make sure that those are included and that there's no conflict, so that it makes it easier for designers to design and contractors to build infrastructure that considers long-term sustainability and long-term maintenance costs, not just immediate costs. And then finally, we continue to make strides towards extending the Great American Rail Trail, which is the name of the trail that extends from Washington, D.C. to Seattle, Washington, and in Missoula, it's known as the Milwaukee. Budget enhancements in developed parks. Most of these are related to facilities and or features, parks, trails, infrastructure that the department has acquired through any number of means, neighborhood advocacy, community decisions around things like Russell Street, Orange, I-90 roundabout, those kinds of things. Those all cost money, no surprise to any of you. So the first one is maintenance of Redfern Park, including the urban forest in that area. The next one is really about transportation infrastructure. That was partially funded last year by the council. This is the balance of Russell and the Orange Street interchange. Developed parks include Jeffrey and Montana Rail Link Park. We still have a balance of some unfunded trail extensions that were built some time ago along the Bitterroot, in particular in Grand Creek, that we're trying to shore up. We continue, excuse me, to annually ask to increase the park assets fund. Again, this goes back to that aging infrastructure. We're at $100,000. Our goal is to be closer to $300,000 per year. And what we're really trying to achieve is a sufficient fund where we can make a plan and know that we can replace a slide that's been damaged or fix a pump that's gone down, repair a roof that's failing, rather than have to wait too long, quite frankly, and then end up costing us more to replace the whole thing. Some small equipment for capital outlay. This would help us address cracks and challenges along walking shared use paths, in particular striping. We work really closely with Public Works, including Brian and the whole streets right-of-way division, but they too are tapped. And so getting those resources into our department is helpful. We have an initiative we're working with a number of folks around everybody's goal of reducing use of herbicides to maintain healthy and quality turf. And that does require an initial investment because you need to increase and improve irrigation systems and soil quality in order to reduce weeds. Specialized mowers and how we mow has much to do with increasing crown growth and rhizomatous spread of turf grass helps reduce weeds. We are interested in working with Scott and as our department grows, getting right-sized vehicles. Scott mentioned that oftentimes Parks is the fortunate recipient of hand-me-down vehicles. However, what that does mean from time to time is we do end up with vehicles that are larger than we may need for our purposes. Especially when we're working in tight spaces like along trails or working close to people, or largely running from spray deck to spray deck. And so for all of the checks for the Department of Health and Human Safety Services. And so we do think that there could be some efficiencies gained in the Parks Department with certain pieces of equipment. And that would require some changes in what the hand-me-down system looks like. And then of course, there's the utility. I didn't want people looking for number one. And so I put that back in there. Those are baseline utility increases. So a picture of Redfern Park. Annual costs for maintaining the park and some of the urban forest in the area. And then we did a master planning process with the residents of Redfern. And all of you probably remember some of the challenges that go with annexation for local residents, but they have been absolutely wonderful for the Parks Department to work with and have been fully engaged. And in fact, council recently approved acceptance of a land transfer, which currently holds much of their playground. And so we have a nice little neighborhood park, but a playground that absolutely needs to be replaced. A little bit about Department of Transportation. This is some of the infrastructure that Parks ends up maintaining. So the Milwaukee underpass, the underpasses on either side of the Clark Fork River at Russell, all of the vegetation, the medians, and then Public Works will be picking up some of the on-street shared use path improvements, and Mountain Line will be picking up some of the bus stop locations. But there's a fair amount of maintenance that goes into each of these sites. Every time we do a roundabout, which I'm all for them, I think they're much safer and they have so many benefits, but they do cost us to maintain. We save those costs. I would call things like roundabouts huge investments in prevention, because it certainly costs us well less to maintain a roundabout than to respond to serious accidents at intersections. And so we like to look at Parks and Recreation as a investment in prevention, that while it costs money, it certainly costs far less than in reaction to other things that we might deal with afterwards. This is
Could I pause you there? Is that okay?
Oh, please.
I feel like we should also offer you a glass of water. You've been talking a long time. I'm trying to think of how to best articulate this. There was substantial work that I recall developing standards, and I believe it was the terminology had to do with impact statements around some of the Department of Transportation projects. I might be conflating a couple things, but there's a bit of an effort there that I understand to try to influence those designs relative to ongoing maintenance responsibilities and costs. And I appreciate that that is likely a topic, apologies for my dog, of that it doesn't lend itself to a short answer, but do you have a bit of a synopsis of sort of how those efforts are going, where we are? When I see the, we live close to that roundabout at Orange Street, for instance, and I'm familiar with the maintenance responsibilities. And I know that there have been a lot when we looked at the volume, by dollar amount of Montana Department of Transportation projects in Missoula in the recent years. I mean, you're understating it when you say that, there's a lot of these things accumulating, and I think we all appreciate that it stretches your resources thin. So I guess I just want an opportunity for you to comment on sort of what's your assessment of where we are in that partnership with maintenance of those assets.
Thank you, Brian. Yeah, we've done a couple of major things to try and influence decision-making at design and construction level as it impacts long-term perpetual maintenance. And one of the things I really like about the city's strategic goals is we specifically now state that long-term costs are at least as important as short-term immediate infrastructure development costs. The Parks Department did create development standards a few years ago, and now we're working really closely with city engineering to make sure that those standards are incorporated and in some cases updated and are reflected, because Parks has been doing this, but if you talk to Brian in Public Works right away, he's going to tell you he needs the same thing. He needs really great design for him to be able to provide the most effective, efficient maintenance. The last thing we do on every new improvement is we create a maintenance impact statement.
Right.
And so we have formulas related on length of time to mow, weed, plow snow. We have estimates on number of times we do each of those each year, and we apply a maintenance impact statement. I can give you one anecdotal example of a favorite mulch product of many contractors is rock, stone. And stone looks beautiful when it goes in, but if you have ever tried to remove weeds from rock, you know that it is massively maintenance intensive, and ultimately what you end up doing is shoveling all of the stone away to remove the weed, or you continue to apply herbicides until you grow only weeds that are resilient to herbicides. And so we have been able, through the MIS and some sort of anecdotal metaphors, to convince of simple things like that long-term will save Missoulians money, chemical use, and provide a better environment.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks for the breather.
It wasn't much of one.
So this is Jeffrey Park, one of our newest parks in the Miller Creek area beyond Linda Vista. Again, a well-used park that is serving many, many folks. And Montana Rail Link, super popular, immediately one of our most popular neighborhood parks. Community Park CIP updates. So we do continue to do work at Fort Missoula Regional Park. The park itself is designed, but we have the opportunity to take advantage of the batting cage site. That business is no longer in place, and the county has asked us to add it to the rest of the park, if you will, and make it available to the general public. We do the other thing we're looking at is the triangle piece, the 17-acre piece west of Larchmont Golf Course, and determine best use. And then of course we have the Knife River Ponds, which will be transferred to the city sometime this calendar year. And we are working with the University of Montana as they have lands that surround us on some sort of cooperative collaborative. My long-term hope with those ponds is it's a significant relationship, especially with the heavy equipment school, on helping us build a park out there that's very natural, very primitive and water-based. McCormick Park, we've been working on this concept, an idea of a community center for so many years, I think as long as I've been in Missoula, which is since 1991. It's been identified in virtually every plan since at least the mid-90s that are related to recreation, or what today we would call wellness, health, and equity. And so the demand for community centers, for example, this coming winter, we're going to be in huge need of large, open air, high quality air system indoor spaces for public. We don't have those. And I don't know what the school's final decisions will be, but MCPS will likely not make theirs available. And in our initial conversations, the university does not have anything available. That may mean a lot of things to how we go about offering anything from meeting places to indoor physical activity and mental health relief. So we continue to work with partners. I hope to come to council in the coming months after budget adoption to update you. These funds have already been approved a couple of years ago, and we are just slowly chipping away at this process. Downtown Riverfront Plan, I've mentioned that a couple of times. We will have that all but expanded by end of August. Playfair Park Master Plan. That should show that there's $20,000 in prior impact fees. And then we would spend though the entire 50. We need to do a master plan for Playfair Park. Now that we have one for the fairgrounds, we have improved Fort Missoula. Playfair gets an immense amount of use and traffic, and not always its infrastructure is horribly dated except for the shelter and splash. We do believe we can redesign that park, still make it super wonderful for baseball and softball, and at the same time better meet the needs of a growing community, and a community that needs access for lower income housing. Higgins Bridge and park restoration, we do have funds set aside from MDT agreements, and then we are hoping, I'm bringing this to your attention, even though it'll be a fiscal year 22 ask, we're going to have some unique opportunities in partnership with MDT, and then later with Stormwater, with the infiltration gallery under the mound, to make some initial improvements to Caris Park and East Caris. That by working collaboratively and timely, we can save the community a lot of money and make a nice change to those parks.
Before you go on, Donna, I got Stacy with a question.
Thank you, President von Lossberg. Thank you, Donna, for, as always, a great presentation about all the amazing things that you do for our community. And you have been a champion for equity and diversity and inclusion from the get-go. I said all that to give you a chance to drink some water. But I had a question in regards to, well, and also when you were telling your rock story, I feel like you were spying on me because I literally, am dealing with rock landscaping and weeds. And I was like, gosh, I didn't know Donna was like spying on me. But in regards to the, back to the baseball, the batting cages out near Fort Missoula Regional Park, and the fact that that business is no longer there and they're wanting you to take that over. Is that taking over of the land, taking over of actually running the business? I guess I would like to know a little bit more about that, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure. No, it is not taking over the business. Batting cages at that location has, over the years, not really been successful for any of the folks who invested. And I feel like certainly the last round was a very gallant attempt by a very qualified individual, and it's just hasn't worked. So the batting cages would be removed. And what we did in March, and you may not remember because Dale actually brought this forward, and I think it was our first virtual meeting, is we amended the agreement with the county to include those lands as part of the overall Fort Missoula Regional Park management, maintenance, and program services agreement. So our intention with the CIP request is to actually, we've had immense requests to add more pickleball courts. We've had requests to add handball courts. Believe it or not, with all of the uses out there, we could use more storage. We started to exceed, well, we exceeded expected use of the turf fields about 2 years after we opened. And so we plan to make really good use of that land by extending the maintenance facilities and the court opportunities.
Great, thanks so much. Yeah, thanks for reminding us about the presentation from Dale. That jogged something, so I remember that now. So thanks so much. Yeah, I'm definitely voting for the pickleball. Not really, but yeah, I appreciate all that. So thanks so much, Donna.
You're welcome.
I have Meritza's got her hand up.
Thank you. Donna, just a quick question about the West Side Park. Is the figure that you have there that the total amount for all the phases? And can you remind me how many phases there are?
So the total amount is starts to approach $2 million if we do the kid preferred playground. Kid preferred playground is almost a $1.5 million playground. And I think most of you remember how we went about designing that playground with all 300 kids. And the phase one project. So last year council approved $100,000 in park impact fees to increase the size of the school age playground at West Side, which serves low school students and West Side residents when school is not in session. You also provided $250,000 through Park District debt. And with that $250,000, what we are working hard to do this fall is to build the preschool playground so that the young kids in the neighborhood can be at the playground even when the elementary kids are out, because they're separated, to move the restroom and picnic shelter station out from behind Partnership Health because it creates some septed issues for us, and the facility is just in horrible condition. And so update that and provide a more septed friendly system for both the spray deck and the playgrounds in the park in general, and then build a new, more open air, more visible shelter that we, it doesn't, it shades, but it won't prevent rain. And so that is what that phase one would do, is the shelter restroom removal, the new preschool playground and the new shelter, and then some other landscaping and walkway improvements to West Side Park. We continue to raise funds now for the school-based playground. Like I said, that kid preferred goals, 1.5 million. And we are about at 500,000 in real round numbers for that playground between MCPS contribution, the city council's $100,000 impact fees, the work that NMCDC has been doing in fundraising, and then the $200,000 most recent foundation grant, which you'll be hearing more about because we'll be relaunching that campaign shortly.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It's obviously it's a huge project for us and the entire West Side, and you'll see an additional ask later here related to program services as well.
If I may add, I think this is such an important park for not just the north side, the west side, the school, but also I know people who come to the West Side Park from all the way from Grant Creek and all the way from 44 Ranch, because it's the closest park that offers a variety of amenities to kids and grown-ups. So it's one of those keystone parks in the community. So I appreciate the work that's going into it.
Thank you. Rose Memorial Park, using impact fees, what we want to do. Last year we added the playground. And so we do plan to get a ADA accessible portalet with a walkway to that. We are hopeful in trying to get a walkway to the World War II monument. That's where the rose beds are. It's kind of, well, it's just simply sad that everybody cannot get to such a beautiful monument. It's a super high priority. We won't get all of the, path work done for all of this, but we will get a very small start. Bellevue Master Plan, this has been an ongoing request, of course, from the neighbors that live there, and the cash in lieu from Cowboy Flats has been one of our primary funding sources. The bike skills component that was completed prior came largely from work from Friends of Missoula Parks, our 501c3 foundation, raising money to build the bike skills park at Bellevue, which serves as their playground in that park. And so this additional piece is to add some more pathways. We've worked with Trees for Missoula. We'll be getting a small shade structure installed. It's a Trees for Missoula climate smart project. And then we want to build a bridge across the Missoula irrigation ditch to connect to the Paxson side and bring more folks in. And that would be the access from the Cowboy Flats area. Whitaker Park, we did a planning process with the Farviews and Patty Canyon neighborhoods. Whitaker Park does have some donated funds and some cash in lieu set aside. Our goal, we've been working with the neighborhood and historians. We'd like to really move the old Patty Forest Service radio station, fire lookout radio station from that site. We would love to move it to the Historical Museum at Fort Missoula. And yes, Matt is aware that we would love to do that. It of course costs him, and then we would do interpretation on site. New CIPs for neighborhood parks. Northside Park. The Ball Diamond is not owned by the city. It is falls under the RCA, Resurrection Cemetery Association, which supports the Catholic Diocese, and we have been working with them to secure long-term use of that. We have had verbal and email very positive affirmations that this is a reality. And this is huge for beginning to meet some level of service on the north side and the west side, where we're talking about opportunity zones and affordable housing and increased development and density and all of those things. And so what we would like to do Once we secure that, is work with the neighborhood and then make some initial improvements to make it a multi-use park, not a ball field specific. Work with Garden City Harvest to expand their most popular gardens and create some really unique social and active use areas that becomes an annex to the existing and much loved Northside Park. Here you see the Redfern Park request to replace the playground. In their dream world, this would make that neighborhood so happy. There are a huge number of small, young children in that neighborhood. I don't know if they're small or large, but they're young. And then Bonner Park, we've been working with a band and some of our local investment firms, and we are trying to raise funds. Believe it or not, of all things, the Bonner Bandshell is not ADA accessible. And so we would very much like to change that. And at the same time, do an updo to the bandshell, just as it relates to infrastructure, appropriate storage, appropriate electrical safety features, and then most importantly, that ADA access. Pleasant View Park, this is a match. The Pleasant View Park Master Plan calls for many things, shelters and sports fields and playgrounds. We did do a playground with the 2014 bond, Park and Trail bond, but they are now requesting that we match them with their contribution to build a dog off leash area, which I think would be super well received. We have a lot of consensus in that neighborhood, and they've been having, because of the buildup and the density around that area, and because Pleasant View is the largest, most multifunctional, multi-use park in the area, they're seeing an immense amount of dog use from quite an area. And so they'd like to get that into a dog park. Honeysuckle Park, this is also a request to the neighborhood. They want to activate and create more green space, plant more trees, and we think that we might be able to incorporate disc golf. Wonderful activity during a pandemic for people to stay social, stay active outdoors. And then Ninkpada, again, we'd like to approach this in a phased way. We'd like to get some design work and work with Missoula Public Works and Garden City Compost to see if we can get some of the soil up there, maybe work with Missoula College Heavy Equipment and just start to piecemeal this and maybe get ourselves ready for a Land and Water Conservation Fund grant, which we're hopeful for with the recent passing by both the Senate and the House at the federal level.
Don, I have a question from Sandra.
Yes, thank you. So I saw that the Redfern Park does need new playground equipment. What is the average lifespan of playground equipment these days?
Generally, we at least 15 and up to 25 years. We see if it's mostly, depends on the quality. If it's wood, you're lucky to get to the 15 years, 20 would be incredible. If it's metal and it's not plastic, but it feels like that, then you will get to the 20 to 25 year range and with less maintenance as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Continuing. Park asset. So I wanted to give you an update on the Northside Pedestrian Bridge. Recently, council approved a request for HDR engineering, a request from Parks and Recreation to hire HDR engineering to do design. And our goal would be to make the improvements. The last thing we want is the Northside pedestrian crossing to be shut down for safety risk issues. And so we're going to go ahead. This project was approved last year and we had a minimal amount funded for engineering. That engineering is just getting started, and then we hope to complete construction by June 30th. And so this would be the rest of the appropriation, if you will, or the amount that was authorized prior and just not yet financed. South Reserve Ped Bridge, I did add a note to this. It was approved last year at $312,000 under MRA or 3. I think that we have found a solution that we think is going to work by working with multiple different consultants and engineers and electricians, that we may be able to do this for 45. And so keep your fingers crossed. And our primary goal here is the path itself on the bridge tends to frost more than it ought to, if you will. And we have just been working with so many experts to try and figure out a solution, because obviously frost when you're it's bad enough when you're driving, horrible when you're driving at speed. But as you can imagine, biking on a ramp downhill on a frosty surface is not a good mix. And so what we had been doing to manage that risk is we send staff out there almost daily, sometimes twice a day, to check. And that is not what we would consider long-term sustainable costs for maintenance. And so MRA and all the engineers that have been involved have been wonderful to work with on this project. And finally, we did acquire the Colin Ditch property a couple of years ago, and Coley Park and the extension of the Milwaukee corridor. And now we are working on engineering to figure out how we would go about crossing the Clark Fork River, because we are starting to put together pieces to connect to the Mullen area and the Mullen area master plan and the build grant. And so this would help us figure out how we make all these connections a reality, and then what it would cost us to construct. And again, this is part of the Great American Rail Trail across the US, so good for tourism in Missoula. New CIPs, we continue to lose Riverbank below the Osprey Stadium on the south bank. And we are concerned about loss of infrastructure because it is getting close to the trail system, which means it's also getting close to the utilities. And so it's just one of those things through high water and the floods that we had, high water and or floods a couple years in a row. And now even in a minor year, we get greater deterioration. West Broadway improvements, something we continue to work on with the neighborhood is how do we do a better job of improving CPTED or crime prevention through environmental design, such as better lighting on commuter routes, and better signage, better wayfinding. We think that that's going to have major impacts to safety in that area. The Greeno Park commuter trail, which goes along the west side of Rattlesnake Creek, is very bumpy, and the asphalt is starting to fail. It is well overdue for improvements. Sacagawea spray deck and bathroom, we would, now that we've worked through the health department on what we call our best CPTED restroom concept, and then we've worked with Department of Health and Human Services and the Health Department on all the sanitation needs related to spray decks. We have a model that we think can work for Sacagawea, and I'll show you a picture of the interior of that bathroom here in a second. Big project in parks, which is similar to Public Works, is one of the places we like to defer maintenance the most until it's unbearable, is pavement preservation, removing cracks, holes, and keeping pavement safe. And so this is about both trails and parking lots. Greeno restroom replacement. The restrooms there were smashed by a tree about 3 years ago. We still haven't replaced them. It's a very difficult location for us to maintain portalets because of the use. And so we think a vault toilet would likely be the preferred in this park. It's a heavily used park. It's often community-wide and county-wide in the top 4 most visited parks, which is pretty interesting. So it's not just a neighborhood park by any means. It is a large community park, heavily visited, frequently used for education purposes. And then a big project that we would like to start investing general obligation bonds in from 2018 is we have so much use on our commuter paths. For example, the Milwaukee Trail at the Hellgate River Bowl Tool Park area receives as much bicycle and pedestrian traffic as Fifth or Sixth does when the university is in session. We need to widen some of these downtown trails. We need to change lights on most of the trails to meet SEPTED, dark skies, energy efficiency, and a whole bunch of things. And we need to install wayfinding and 911 badges on these facilities. And finally, FMRP cyclical maintenance. This is one of the projects where when we did that maintenance impact statement, we actually allocated an annual fund for cyclical maintenance that has to happen on a 5, 10, 15-year cycle. There is some initial cyclical maintenance that we need to do to preserve the initially built infrastructure. For example, you'll see around town when a road is built and it's fairly new, it is quickly followed with a chip seal. Well, this is the same kind of thing that happens on asphalt in parking lots, in parks, and on trails. And so this is the project that we would have going forward. Other things include some work on warning tracks, sealing concrete for long-term maintenance benefits, but this is already worked into our overall operational budget in concert or agreement with the county. Okay, now I'm going to switch gears. I'm going to get off infrastructure. I'm going to get off land. I'm going to get off green stuff. I'm going to talk about humans.
Do you need a break, Donna? Are you doing okay?
I'm okay if you're all okay.
Yeah, we'll plow through if you're doing okay.
Okay. You know, a lot of times we all know this. It's easier to find investors to build things and put our names on them. And I'm not minimizing that at all. We couldn't make it without them. I mean, you know, a $200,000 gift to a playground at Westside is an investment in kids. The hard thing about investing in people, and it's similar to things like maintenance, is it's every day, all day, every year, year after year. So it costs more than an initial capital improvement. We have found ourselves in a really important place for our community members as it relates to providing services where we are not licensed, but we fulfill a significant role in childcare in this community and in overall physical and mental health benefits, engagement and inclusion in building our future stewards, not only of our landscape, but also of our values. So this summer has been hard for our staff. It's been really hard. And if you see camps, not that we hit it 100%, sometimes it's been really hard recently on 95-degree days for everybody to keep their face masks up and stay 6 feet away from each other, but we do our best. We have had to restructure all of our programs to meet coronavirus best practices, and we are still filling those programs. We are still running those sports programs. We're still renting shelters to families. And we have a unique opportunity as an agency with employees to educate people on the benefits of what public government brings to them, on how to stay safe during a pandemic, and how to make the most of their time, either on their own or with family members or others. One of the things Splash Montana and Currents continue to serve, I would say that Splash may be our single most inclusive public facility outside of, water and sewer service delivery. This is where we see folks of all backgrounds enjoying learning to swim. It is also huge for our long-term, our tourism industry. And the facilities are aging. We opened these facilities and they are now around their 15-year age, and they do need cyclical maintenance. And something we did not do when we built the pools that we did do when we built Fort Missoula Regional Park is we did not at the outset include cyclical maintenance in the long-term operational costs. We only included day-to-day, year-to-year. We did not include the 5, 10, and 15-year cyclical. We would like to increase the fund to keep that facility in top order. The other thing are community-based programs. This is a big ask, and we get that. What we have the opportunity to do, and I think this is so important in my mind, is we have been talking to Missoula County Public Schools Administration, superintendent and business manager, and principal at Lowell. And all of you know that the west side, north side areas include an opportunity zone. We know that Lowell School houses this year 260, but typically they've been just at around 300,000 students with an anticipated growth to 500 students in a relatively short period of time over the next 5 to 10 years. Lowell School has 80% of its students who qualify for free and reduced lunch. They had the lowest participation in remote learning. And we have some of our greatest systemic poverty on the west side. And we have some of our most wonderful human beings to work with. So what I would like to do is enter into an agreement with Missoula County Public Schools to provide full wraparound inclusionary services before and after school for the kids and their families, on evenings and weekends for the residents who live there, and develop Missoula's first real in-depth school-city partnership where we use shared resources, shared facilities to better serve our community to achieve a higher level of equity, inclusion, success, and change the trajectory for residents. And I think if we can do this well, we can do it across the whole community.
Thanks, Donna. I want to pause for a moment, and I know there's a question from Julie.
Oh, I originally raised my hand to just point out that that picture on this slide, the one on the left of the sleeping kids, is worth $1 million right there. for anyone who's ever had active children that they need to have participate in summer camps. That's what I pay for. Donna, I really appreciate the proposal that you just laid out there of having the partnership with the Missoula County Public Schools. I hadn't heard of that idea before, but I think it's a great one. I would throw in there that the flagship program could be another big leg, perhaps, of that proposal, just food for thought. And if this was successful with Lowell School, I would highly encourage that the next step would be to make Franklin School the next part of that project, if that were to come to fruition. And on that note, I have to leave. So thank you guys very much. I got to get a kiddo to a doctor's appointment.
Thanks, Julie. And I want to, I really appreciate you highlighting that program as well. Sorry, emotional. And I want to recognize Principal Frank at Lowell. And full transparency, our daughter just wrapped up 2nd grade, and I guess technically is now a 3rd grader at Lowell. And Principal Frank came in, and it's really, I think it's fair to say that she is looking with fresh eyes at the circumstances and the needs of her students and the families in that area, and through her leadership and force of will, really started a conversation. And I'm really grateful to Donna and Meg and other folks from Parks for readily joining that conversation and immediately bringing leadership and energy and wisdom to it. And there have been numerous other folks, and not to discount their contributions. Flagship, as Julie mentioned, has been one of the folks there at the table. The health centers, I mean, it's been a really dynamic and well-represented sort of group of service providers and all sorts of folks at that table. But I think it, you know, was initiated by Barbara seeing a need and recognizing it and getting folks to the table. So I'm just appreciative. And we've got Heather.
Thanks. Donna, I want to just thank you for this whole presentation, but I appreciate this thinking outside the box in terms of the community need around childcare. And as I think about our partners with the Chamber of Commerce, this childcare has been really one of the #1 issues that comes to mind in terms of where they are looking to affect outcomes for families here in Missoula. And I'm wondering if you have worked or collaborated with the Chamber of Commerce in a way that, and I know we can't solve all the problems that are in childcare, but have you been talking with them in terms of what our Parks Department can do to help alleviate some of the pain in the fact that we just don't have enough childcare?
Yeah, I have not been working necessarily directly with leadership at the chamber, but I have been working with them through Grace Decker and the United Way and the 0 to 5 initiative, and then with multiple other groups. You know, Brian mentioned the partnerships. There's about 15 service providers just on this Lowell School Westside Park concept, including Flagship, Partnership Health, and the food bank. And then we are working with Grace and the Missoula Economic Partnership and others around the child care concept, both licensed and non-licensed out of school care.
Okay, thanks.
It's been a big issue. It's a tough one to tackle. It's that it's why I get emotional, because you know, when we invest in little people, we get big dividends.
Yeah,
we really do. Yeah.
I got another one, Stacy.
Thank you. I think we are all, you know, moved by your passion for this, and just think, I mean, you're the perfect person to be in this position, and your passion for, you know, recreation and investment in our community is just really, I mean, hats off to you and all the great, amazing work that you guys have all been doing. It would have been easy to just to say, this is too hard to try to figure out how to do summer camps in a global pandemic. But that's not your attitude, and we are grateful for it. My question is in regard, I feel like you buried the lead here on this major project that I think will, you know, be a huge impact in our community. And so I just want to make sure I'm seeing this number correctly. So it is the $91,652 as a new request. And this would, what all exactly does that get? And I hate to break it down into that sort of like, you know, black and white, but is this what a cost for to do that? What your vision is for an entire year to run a pilot program? You know, I would love for you to kind of expand upon that a little bit more.
This would be the first year pilot program. It would include a site-specific coordinator because it's really important to build relationships. One of the most important things that can happen between a teacher and a student, or a recreation leader and a participant, is that mentorship and leadership. It's that connection that really changes a child's life. And it also would include training, additional site facilitators. We would continue to bring in all the different program providers and partners, but the challenge to date at many of the schools is things are sort of piecemeal, and we would like to make them comprehensive. It would also, we're still working through details with the school because I want to work on securing certain pieces of the building, because obviously we don't want kids up in classrooms on evenings and weekends. We want them in the shared use spaces. And so it would mostly be employees and a minor amount of supplies and materials for the kids.
Okay, great.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for your interest and support. I know these are big asks, but it's a big idea, and it's not unique across the country. I actually did this in North Dakota in 2 different communities, where the schools and the parks were almost seamless in how they cooperated for use of facilities and provision of program services. And I think that we could recreate that model, Missoula style, and be super, super effective. And the role of parks compared to perhaps one of the many wonderful nonprofit service providers is Missoula County Public Schools is a governing entity. The city is a governing entity. Through MCA, we have certain abilities to partner on joint use agreements or intergovernmental agreements to achieve the greater good, and then still take advantage of and still partner with all of those providers where any single nonprofit provider does not have that ability. And so while there would certainly be some direct program services delivered by parks ourselves, it doesn't change what Flagship does or Partnership Health Center brings or the food pantry. We need them all. What we are doing is essentially running a community center after school and on weekends and during the summer and on all holidays. And during the initial opening of the school, possibly even other days. And then the school is operating their school during the school day. And that was the exchange I experienced in a couple other communities I've been in, where I literally had keys to the school once school closed down for the day. And we provided a lot of the interscholastic activities until they became varsity level. All right. So let's see. Again, we were at aquatics. Oops, I'm sorry, I might have lost my place. Okay, I'm sorry. The first one is related to working on increasing the features. We would like to improve upon our little critters that are in the ponds. And then the second one is more about the cyclical maintenance. Sorry, I got those two confused. And then replacement or get a pool blanket on the pond and then make sure that we're ready for future improvements. We believe at Splash Montana that if we would add a high slide with and this is kind of hard to talk about during a pandemic, but basically it's a large inner tube raft that you go down something called the Cyclone that generates an immense amount of revenue and is accessible by all skill levels, that we would be able to do a better job of creating our own cyclical maintenance fund. Then there's a whole area of in the city's strategic goals of becoming more efficient, more effective, providing great service to our residents, and taking care of our employees. And so some of that, what comes into play is obviously with the pandemic, a lot of things have become very electronic. And we certainly are delivering a lot of face-to-face distance services with face covers. But we cannot keep up with the calls and the calls for services at Parks and Recreation. Just yesterday, we fell behind in responding to people who want to make reservations or who want to get into the pool or who want to register for a program or need something fixed. And we did add 2 permanent facilities. One was through permanent individuals. One was through the Conservation and Stewardship Mill Levy, and that's Jo. And she is now assisting Ryan and Morgan and Neil and Grant with all of those significant projects related to the open space bonds and many, many others. She helps with all of our major CIP projects, including our partnerships with even MDT and all of the tracking that has to happen there. And that's good for all of us because that provides the checks and balances and assurances that council and the public needs on how public dollars are being spent. The other is we traded in, if you will, an intermittent employee for a regular job attached employee. It gets really, really expensive to continually have a transition of employees when you have them working in key jobs. And also we think it's important to pay a reasonable, acceptable wage and benefits when you are providing critical services to the public. And so we did make those two changes in the past year. We also have a new software called ePact, which helps us meet our HIPAA compliance and make sure our families are safe in time of emergency. So our asks for the coming year have to do with enhancing safety, risk management, and training. There has been no pressure around that with COVID. And I have to brag just a little bit. I feel like Parks and Recreation in the city of Missoula has been ahead of the game almost from day one. And I think it's because of our commitment to training and safety and health and wellness and our desire to make sure we were available to the public. We'd like to do better in GIS. We have too many people who dawdle in it and don't really have proficiency in it. And we think that that's an important partnership with Lee and her work in doing a better job of providing access to the public through excellence in maps and better job of tracking our assets as a community. We'd also like to make additional improvements to the energy audit and efficiency projects that we're working on with Chase. And then we want to be a better partner to development. I know all of you have heard that, you know, parks takes too long to respond, or we're too critical, or we're too this, or we're too that. We don't want to be any of those. We want to be exceptional in service delivery, but we also want to be able to answer all of the residents and the HOAs and the neighborhood councils who want the same things from the same people, largely Neil and Nathan and Marie. So that they can get their trees planted and their benches in and their shelters up. So we believe that if we could get a design specialist too, we could be more effective by stationing somebody right at development services, having them trained in the areas of landscape architecture and arboriculture and plans, and be there right on the spot to provide those services and advice, and then only need to reach out to the rest of the department folks like Neil and Marie for things like variances and exceptions. Communications and marketing. Becky has been instrumental in our success as a community around COVID. I know Jenny has done an immense amount of work, so have folks at the county and at the health department, but from a parks perspective, all of those things, communicating what's open, what's closed, what you have to do when you get here, all the way to communicating things related to grand openings and dams removed and projects has been absolutely essential. And what we'd like to do is start to specialize Becky a little bit more on that communication side and have some funds to do some really key marketing, because if we could do a better job of marketing, we think we would achieve a higher level of equity. And we also think we would have more folks in some of the programs that don't fill as quickly, that are still desired. They just don't know they're there. And then the GIS and the safety and training assistance. These are future CIPs. I'm not going to dive into them, but I want you to have a list, because Parks and Recreation does use the CIP as a long-range planning process. And we want you to be aware and know what's out there on the horizon, because it's no small number. And a lot of these also represent various neighborhood requests, such as Rattlesnake Drive Trail from Creek Crossing up to the Rattlesnake Wilderness trailhead. This is a summary, and we went through a lot of this super fast. We get that there's a lot yet to learn about our budget. We understand that we are holding the line, but we wanted to give you a summary of all of the things that I shared with you today in form of numbers. We thought it would also be helpful to finance and of course all of you. And then finally, thank you so very much for giving us all of this time to share with you some of the work we've been doing and some of the needs that we are hearing from our community.
Thank you, Donna. That feels insufficient to use those words, but thank you. Are there any questions that folks have not asked? Thanks for Donna for accommodating those midstream during the presentation also. Okay, I'm not seeing any. We do have one other piece of business logistically in terms of process for getting our public hearing scheduled, but just want to, and I'm not seeing any public comment here. Donna covered, suffice to say, a lot of material. If you have specific questions, she and her staff are always great about following up on particulars. Hopefully that's fair to offer Donna if folks have follow-up questions like via email or something. And I think we'll leave it at that. Thanks. Thanks, Donna.
Thank you.
Yep. So we need to initiate the process of setting the public hearing dates that I spoke about at the beginning of the meeting. And so there is a recommended motion. I believe there's 2 recommended motions attached. And I would entertain, may call on Gwen, who has probably processed those a bit. So Gwen, could you speak to those?
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't raise my hand. I don't know where that went all of a sudden. There was one phone number. Is that public comment?
No, it's actually Heidi had to leave and then was calling in. And so she had given me a heads up about her number.
Okay. All right. Great. Excellent. Then I will make the recommended motion. It is an extensive motion. It opens up the public hearing, which will start August 10th, Monday. It will run for a total of 4 weeks on those Mondays. And we are scheduling a special meeting on the 5th Monday, August 31st. That will be the final budget hearing. So 4 Mondays in a row, starting August 10th, completing on August 31st. I will reference that the motion also includes districts and increasing fees in various categories. So it is quite extensive. I'm not going to read it all, but it is a broad, comprehensive budget motion. And the last hurrah is August 31st, Monday night.
And then Gwen, do you want to make the pair of motions? There's also a motion for the public hearing on September 2nd.
Okay, I would be happy to do that also. That will be for the road district, park district, tourism business improvement district, the BID. So I'm sorry, the TBID. Anyway, that I will also make that recommended motion, and that sets the public hearing on September 2nd.
So to speak to these, the second, and I will, as typically the case, Lee, please correct me if I misstate this in any way. Following our final action on the budget at the end of August, we then need to do the assessments that express that final budget relative to assessments on properties and such. So the budget work is completed, final action on the 31st, and then there's some assessments, the assessments associated with that final budget adoption we're looking to take up on September 2nd. Lee, that's a good way to say it, right?
Correct. On the 31st, you will pass resolutions that approve the budget, that set the general tax levies, and then due to sort of strange statutory language, the assessments for the road district, park district, TBID, and BID need to come in a meeting following that action.
Right. And so I want people to be aware that September 2nd is not a Monday, it is a Wednesday, and we are scheduling that. That would be the second special meeting of council that would be called. It's on one of our regular Wednesday work days, committee days, if you will. And that is so that we can meet our statutory obligations relative to getting those assessments done once we have completed the budget work on the Monday before. Are there any questions about that? Did that make sense to folks?
I think it's clear, Brian. Thanks.
Okay. So Ms. Jones has made the pair of motions. And one last thing, I just want to again mention this. While we are holding the public hearing open for the budget on those Mondays, beginning the 10th through the 31st, I do want to again highlight the 24th. We have a substantial land use issue that will come before council for public hearing. The budget public hearing portion will come after that in that meeting. I expect there will be so there are many other opportunities for public comment on the budget and that one as well. I just want the public to be aware that there is this other land use matter that I spoke to early in the meeting, and that it's just for folks to be aware. And we extended the budget to the 31st so as to not have final action on both of those items on the same night. So Stacy, question?
Thanks, Brian. So just to myself and any public who might still be watching with us here. So we're going to open the public hearing on Monday, the 10th. There will be, essentially the public hearing will be open on the 17th and the folks can provide comment. And then would that be in public comment, or would there be a special item on the agenda for the budget section for both on the 17th and the 24th? I see Lee nodding her head in the affirmative.
The public hearing will open on the 10th. And it will conclude on the 31st, where we will take final action.
I get that part. I'm just wondering, because from a standpoint of folks will tune in on the 10th to open the hearing, provide comment. If they miss the 10th or something has come to light, or they want to continue to provide comment, say on the 17th, how will that appear on the agenda? And I'm sorry if it's a long day and I just haven't figured this out yet.
The public hearing on the budget will appear on the agenda as a continued open item for the public hearing.
That is what I was getting at. Thank you so much for providing that, so that continued open item will be on both the 17th and the 24th, but the 24th will also be the night that we hear a potentially a land use planning or a land use decision that will have lots of public feedback, and so there might be lots of people wanting to comment on that night. So
correct.
To note that as you plan your comments to us about that.
Correct.
Thank
you. Okay, we've got those motions. Those are in order. There's no public participating, indicating a desire for public comment. So we will take a roll call vote.
Okay, and this is going to be for the first motion.
Do you need to do it for them separately? We can do it on them separately or together, whichever works for you.
They were put in separately, so I know it's kind of a little redundant, but I need to do them separately.
Yeah, no, that's great.
We'll do the first one and then I'll run through the second one. Okay. Anderson?
Yes.
Anderson votes yes. Becerra?
Yes.
Becerra votes yes. Harp?
Yes.
Harp votes yes. Hess?
He had to step out.
Okay. Jones?
Yes.
Jones votes yes. Merritt?
He also had to leave.
Okay. Ramos?
I think Jesse also had to leave.
Okay, no problem. Vaseca?
Yes.
Vaseca votes yes. Von Lossberg?
Yes.
Von Lossberg votes yes. West?
Yes.
West votes yes. That is, hold on one moment. Looking for that is 7 yeses, no nos, and it's not telling me how many were absent.
It'll be 5 for the vote.
Okay, 5 absent. Thank you. Okay, let's go to the second motion. This is the one to set the public hearing on September 2nd. Okay, and forgive me if I don't remember absent and not absent.
No, we'll help out.
Thank you. Anderson.
Yes.
Anderson votes yes. Becerra.
Yes.
Becerra votes yes. Harp.
Yes.
Harp votes yes. Jones.
Yes.
Jones votes yes. Vaseka.
Yes.
Vaseka votes yes. Von Lossberg.
Yes.
Von Lossberg votes yes. West.
Yes.
West votes yes. So that is 7 ayes and no nays and 5 absent.
Thanks. So those will go on the consent agenda for Monday. Not seeing any last questions. Thank you for your endurance, and we are adjourned.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.